What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Sunday, September 21st, 2025. The beginning of astronomical autumn on the northern hemisphere and spring on the southern. A very good morning to everybody who's joined already. Hope you're doing well. Maria, good evening. Wolfgang, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. I hope that the show will be a good one. Testing day today. The meter is now, the widget, the ticker is now fully automized if all is well. And if all is well, not just the meter should update automatically, but runway use should too. We had arrivals until just now, 9:20. They changed to departures. Runway 24 is also in use for departures. It's a day where the wind is going to change from southwest to northwest, and with more headwind. They are changing the runway use. They have changed the runway use already, but they're also departing to the south still. Had a few rain droplets on my way over here. If all is well, we will have seen the worst of it by now. This is Delta Airlines Type 133 going to Detroit, Michigan, the November 517 Delta Zulu. Already reporting buffering. That's interesting because I have a new modem and I also have an antenna here. The download speeds and upload speeds ought to be higher. I do have two settings on my modem, 5 gigahertz and 2.5 gigahertz. I now have it set to 5 gigahertz. Not sure if it makes it better to put it to 2.5 instead. In the meantime, Paul is celebrating 28 months of membership. Mate, thank you so much for your continued support. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it. Alright, so there was buffering. Marcus says no buffering, but multiple people are reporting buffering, so I am assuming that there was buffering at some point. Is there anybody who knows about modems? Because I do have two settings, 2.4 gigahertz and 5. 5 gave me higher speeds, but it did look like 2.4 gave me a higher upload. I'm not sure if there's a difference between the two and if one is to be preferred over the other. The meter in the ticker is automatically updated, as is runway use. You can see runway use, 2 runways in use for outbound traffic. 36 left, the Polderbaan, and runway 24, the Krogsbaan. Arrivals take place on 36 right. Adrian says 2.4 gigahertz more reliable and stable, but 5 gigahertz increased speeds. Well, in that case, it might be worthwhile switching to 2.4. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to do that right away. Then again, it might be only short-lived. Better to switch now than later in the stream. Well, let's just see how it goes. If there was just an incidental stutter in the beginning and the rest of the stream, it remains stable. I can also test out 2.4 next time I'm out. Keep me posted as to buffering. For now, let's just see how 5 gigahertz goes. This is KLM Flight 713 to Paramaribo, 777-300 PHB VB. 17-year-old airplane, first flight March 2008. Jan, of course, goedemorgen. Barry, Erik, Rally Team, Ewald, Piotr, Ronaldo, goedemorgen. Marike, goedemorgen. Christa, goedemorgen, good morning. Adi, goedemorgen. Jerusalem, goedemorgen. Laxbro, goedemorgen, good morning. Well, that is exactly why I'm wondering. You guys are probably more knowledgeable about this subject matter than I am, so I am wondering what are the pros and cons of using 2.4 gigahertz versus 5. If 5 is higher speeds but less stable and 4 is more stable, then obviously I'm going to want to go back to 2.4 gigahertz. When I did do the speed tests before the upload did seem to be adequate on both settings. BizJet to London Luton. NetJets. And this is a Bombardier Global 5500. Nielsje, goedemorgen. Jarno, goedemorgen. Simi, good morning, goedemorgen. Michael, good morning. Right, so Jan asks if the modem has ETH ports. Ethernet, right? That's, let me see. Well, it's below my laptop. I thought it did have one, but I'm not completely sure. If yes, probably would connect via good USB-C hub through Ethernet for best results. How do I do that then? You mean connect the modem and MacBook with a cable instead of using Wi-Fi? Frits, goedemorgen. Robert, good morning. Cor, goedemorgen. Marjan, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, guys. This is a 2-year-old Bombardier Global 5500. The modem, I would have to look at the invoice. Let me see. Let me close the split screen temporarily. What email account did I receive the invoice on? What was this? Order confirmation. It's a ZTEMU 5001. Martijn, goedemorgen. Hans, goedemorgen. Philip, goedemorgen. Theo, goedemorgen. Mr. F, good morning. Verootjes, goedemorgen. I don't think my USB hub has Ethernet. Let me see, what do I have on it? USB A, USB C, and HDMI. No Ethernet on the USB hub. Well, big picture-wise, it might we might get some drizzly droplets temporarily. There's definitely clouds in the vicinity, both north and south of me. Then again, there are also parts of blue sky. The sun is expected to peek through later in the day. Next airplane taking off will be KLM flight 913 to Aberdeen, number 190. The windsock is also visible over there. DB Basement is also back in the chat. Olaf is too. Good morning, guys. Hans Worst, goedemorgen. Not sure if I already said hi. I think I did, but better twice than none. 0 times. In the meantime, Marco, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your super chat. Due to the nice sunny weather, Hatseflats. There you go. Well, thank you so much. Lovely weather indeed, eh? Sheesh. It's set to be better weather tomorrow, luckily. Hopefully I'll be able to do a stream tomorrow morning as well. If the weather is going to be similar and the wind is going to be similar, I might be going to Victor 3, the dreaded spot near the roundabout further to the south of this runway, where reception is so abysmal, both with KPN and with Odido. Moped arriving behind me. Oh, two. Two mopeds. Oh. Is it a club? Is it a club that is dispersed? It is. Classical mopeds, but they are dispersed a little. They weren't in close formation like the tractors were, which is why initially I didn't recognize it as a moped club. Moped club on tour. There you go. Aberdeen is where DB Basement was born 69 years ago. Wow. That is amazing. Now, It's a slow start of the day due to the runway use. Runway 24 is also open. This is typical transition runway use, where the wind is changing from one side to the other, from southerly winds to northerly winds. It means that you get an intermediate, oftentimes you get an intermediate runway use where the departures take place in multiple directions, as is the case right now. Departures to the north via the Polderbaan and departures to the southwest via runway 24 the Kaagbaan. Yeah, I wonder to which degree the works are interfering with our visibility of the upcoming airplanes. Jan says, adding delay? Where do I do that? That's new information to me. I haven't seen anybody reporting any buffering since those first few seconds of the stream. Hopefully it's going to stay that way. Maybe we can just suffice with regular Wi-Fi. I mean, it has worked well the vast majority of the time since the inception of the stream with my old modem, mind you. I have a new modem, a 5G instead of 4G modem, and an antenna. You would think that unless they have reduced the number of masts here, it should still work. You can see there's a little bit of drizzle. I can feel it. I'm not sure if you can see it, but there's a slight drizzle. Just a few droplets. It's more my glasses that are getting dirty. Oh wait, now there's also a droplet on the lens. Nothing substantial. Huh? Duckman says, arrivals now. What? Hey, but then the ticker isn't updated. Huh? I thought we sourced from LVNL. This is interesting. More testing. More testing. In the meantime, let me clean my the lens as well. I've cleaned a few droplets that have landed on my phone screen. It works fine. Cool. Well, keep me posted. Yeah, I also noticed the missing comma, Simi. Nothing big, but it was missing a comma indeed. Indeed, CJOD, though, were it not that after the 2 weeks that I tried it, I already downgraded from unlimited to the bare minimum, and that's a SIM card that is now lying around collecting dust. I'm not using Odido anymore. I renewed with KPN because it was much more stable. Well, interesting to see what's going to happen. There's still discussion about departures or arrivals. Looking on Flight Radar though, I am seeing that there's an EasyJet coming this way, as is a Transavia A321neo. And I thought I had my camera set. Huh? What happened there? How did it get to 0.4 meters focus all of a sudden? It was set to manual, but all of a sudden no longer from set to infinity. Hey Jillard, goedemorgen. Good morning. Hey, is that Transavia Retro coming this way? Oh yes, it is. Nice little bonus. Now I wonder to what extent we can still see it. And you can see runway 36 right is being used for arrivals. The wind is expected to change further to the north. And you can already see that the wind is more or less, if I had to pinpoint it by feel, I would say it's a tad north of directly west. Now, even though those works aren't interfering immediately with visibility, they do hinder with airplane visibility, as you can see. Hey Pete, what up mate? Now, the Transavia Retro. There it is, but the boop, the snooty is hidden from view because of those stupid piles of sand. They're doing the same as they have been doing here. It is interesting to see just how quickly the grass is already growing over here. If I switch to autofocus so that we can zoom in, you can already see the shoots of grass, fresh grass. It's the same in the in my own backyard, where I did some work to prep for the upcoming winter season. First dethatching, fertilizing, seeding, or sowing? No, seeding. What's the right word? Seeding, probably. Peter K, good morning mate. Silja, goedemorgen. LTC 878, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Hey, it looks so tiny in comparison to the airplane, but there's a tractor over there as well, just for some perspective. That's the word I was looking for. Pretty soon we're going to see her. Retro Transavia. Gurdeep, good morning. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. Pretty windy still, but it is going to get less windy as the morning progresses, or the day progresses, I should say. The wind has changed and is continuing to change from southwest to northwest. And that means that the runway use has changed. In the beginning of the morning, they were still landing here. In fact, when I was walking up here to set everything up, they were still landing here. Right now, it has already transitioned to departures. This is the Transavia Retro. It's going to go to, what was it, Malaga? Malaga. Before that, another airplane that might give you the cramps if you are gluten intolerant, so you may want to look away if you are. EasyJet flight 22514. There it is. Hey Martinair, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody else. EasyJet flight 22514 to London Luton. This is not Jesus, but GZOT. And GZOT is 10 years old. First flight June 2015. Picture overview. Looking to the north, things look like so. And I think I think there might be some rain coming my way. Since I am seeing the rainbow, and over there is the pot of gold. I think that's also where the closest by Wi-Fi mast is. Yeah, a few drizzly droplets already falling. Retro Transavia is taking off. There it is. Transavia flight 6119, the Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Delta, on its way to Malaga. Hey Marijke, goedemorgen. Captain Eddie Bos, good evening. Oh. That'll make a nice thumbnail. Just to keep the camera a little dry. It should get dry again pretty soon. It is 10:09. EasyJet and Ryanair will be next. Think the rain has already stopped falling. Well, there you go. That's probably going to be the theme in the upcoming hours. Every now and again, a few droplets. Nothing substantial. But annoying if you're wearing glasses, like I am. Captain Eddie Boss is celebrating 10 months of membership anniversary. Hello boy, happy weekend with lovely Anion. Greetings to you both. Hope you're both doing well. And thank you so much for the continued support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Oh dear. More drizzly droplets. EasyJet flight 28685 to London Gatwick is next. Huh? Why? Huh? Why? I keep setting a preset. That is so weird. And now it stopped again. Floris, goedemorgen. Piotrke, goedemorgen. Right, now, looking directly west of me, things have opened up again. You can see it's still raining south of me. No time to waste, the next airplane is already, no, it looked like it was Ryanair. Here we go, Ryanair, flight 3103, on its way to Dublin, Ireland. The 9 Hotel, Quebec, Charlie Delta. Adi Marissa, goedemorgen. Good to see ya. Clouds, good morning. Michael, good morning. James, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Ryanair, flight 3103 to Dublin, Ireland. Oh, the mopeds are returning. Just as quickly as they arrived, they are going back again. Two airplanes ready to go. On Cedars Lane, we have an E2 Embraer 195 to Göteborg, KLM flight 1231. And behind it is a 787-10 Dreamliner that is expected to go to San Francisco pretty soon. Let me also see if I can carefully... Oh. Some of my microphone wire tuck it in a bit. Each time I want to get the cleaning cloth to clean the lens, I also accidentally take some of the microphone wire with me. I'm going to reposition the transmitter. I've got it now in one of my inner pockets. I'm going to attach it to the back. So that the wire is running over my back. If all is well, we're going to see 2 wide bodies taking off pretty soon. KLM flight 605 to San Francisco and a 777-200 to Houston after that. Alright, let me quickly reposition the microphone, Sennheiser transmitter into the back pocket. Right, that should be tucked away nicely. Graham, good morning and welcome to the show. Everybody else, Peter, goedemorgen. This is KLM flight 605 to San Francisco, 787-10 Dreamliner. The airplane that you see behind it, KLM flight 661, which is destined to go to Houston, Texas. I think I'm also going to enable image stabilizer in a moment. All good morning and welcome to the show. The sun is going to shine again in a few moments. Let's see, were there any droplets on the lens? I don't think there were in this case. Next up, KLM flight 661 to Houston, Texas. The Pub Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, November. BQN 777-200. 19-year-old airplane, first flight April 2006. We have a KLM 737 to Helsinki and also an Embraer to Inverness. American Airlines is also approaching. Flight Devil, good morning. Lyric Stone, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at the Polderbaan, which was in use as 18 right this morning, but now has become the runway for departures as 36 left. Looking in the ticker, you can see showers in the vicinity. Is what the meter is saying, and temporary periods where visibility reduces and we have wind that is still above average, but it is slowly but surely going to wind down. Sound good? Thank you, Wolfgang, for the feedback. Hopefully the stream is good too. That's my primary concern right now. The loss of momentum after the NATO summit is bad enough already. Can't also have to deal with iffy stability in the internet connection. Max Aguero, good morning. Paul West, good morning. Jacqueline, goedemorgen. Dennis, goedemorgen kerel. So, current status quo. Couple of KLMs, one in Cheaters Lane, something American. And Russell is over there having a nibble. Eating some grass apparently. Oh, Guess he feels caught. KLM flight 1185, Christian Sand up next. Big picture-wise, this is what things look like over here. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the west, where maybe some rain is also approaching. Silver lining is if there is any rain coming, it also passes by again quickly. A lot of horizontality in the scale of chimney smoke. The lighting and the cloudy vistas here again. Beautiful, albeit a bit ominous. Back to the south, with the next departure KLM flight 901 to Inverness in Scotland. Alex, good morning. Storm Eagle, good morning. Mark, good morning. RWY, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, guys. Next up, KLM with A737-800 to Helsinki in Finland. Hey Jindrosek, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. American Airlines to Philadelphia. Flight 203 in the background. And after that, BA and KLM to Heathrow and Person-Chester respectively. Bear with me, good morning. Nugglewows, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope you're doing well. You're here at the Polderbaan, which is now runway 36 left. Outbound traffic. The meter is showing showers in the vicinity, good visibility, 16 knots of wind. And it is becoming 15 knots with gusts up to 25 still. Slowly but surely the wind is slowing down. And bird control with the sound effects on. Nice demonstration of the Doppler effect as well. American Airlines said 203 to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here it is. Kieran, goedemorgen, good morning. Yeah, so temporary periods of rain still expected in the morning hours. It is expected to get dry again later in the day. Indeed, Storm Eagle, disturbed bird voice. The Doppler effect made it sound pretty weird, didn't it? Arjan, goedemorgen kerel, good to see you again. I am putting the hoodie over my hat just to keep everything a bit warm. It might change the voiceover audio slightly. There's a few wide bodies going to take off pretty soon. This is BA, flight 429, on its way to London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
After that, we are going to see KLM flight 1251 to bloody Helsinki. No, wait, that's the previous airplane. Need to stay sharp, update, continue clicking. On its way to London, and KLM on its way to bloody Persenchester pretty soon. Daniel, goedemorgen. Dick, morgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. KLM flight 1031 to Persenchester, Faxa. Vanessa, goedemorgen. En Robin. Peter, goedemorgen. Next up, KLM flight 1031, and after that, 3 wide bodies. Delta will be first. Delta Airlines flight 47 to New York, JFK. KLM 777-300 to Lima in Peru in the background. Next after that, and a KLM Dreamliner to San Diego in the background. Number 3, 7879. Bada bing, bada boom. On its way to Persenchester. There we go. Nico, goedemorgen. Right, Delta Airlines, this one might get loud if it is going to take off. It is a Delta A330 after all, so will it take off? That's always the eternal question with Deltas. Flight 47, New York, JFK is its destination if it does come off the ground. Melvin, good morning. Delta Airlines flight 47, the November 805, November Whiskey. 21 years old, first flight October 2003. A few droplets are falling here, but looking to my west I can see blue sky already. So well, it shouldn't be amounting to a lot, to anything substantial. KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru, in the meantime lining up. The wide wings of the A330. Almost like a glider. Wouldn't be surprised if the A330 is the airplane type of the ones that you see the most, which has relatively the widest wings versus the fuselage length. Although, of course, the Airbus A380 also, maybe the A380 trumps the A330 in terms of relative wing span versus the fuselage length. Alright, no time to waste. We have to move with haste. KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru. If you are in Peru, you're pretty close to it's PHB VS Bravo Victor Sierra, 8 years old, first flight February 2017. Nizel is asking about quad squad departures. Don't know. That's the thing with departures, you never know for sure what you're going to get. If I am not mistaken, expected to leave again today. I'm not entirely sure. I thought it usually arrived on Saturday and departed again on Sunday. So if all is well, at least the A340 is going to take off. But runway 24 is also in use for departures, and with 24 and 36 left open, I think the likelihood of it taking off from runway 24 are highest. This is KLM flight 639, rolling now, going to San Diego, 7879 Dreamliner, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Golf. 9-year-old airplane, first flight June 2016. Dirk, goedemorgen. Tom, good morning. Or Tom. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And this is KLM on its way to San Diego. Did I say San Francisco? I mean San Diego. Or did I say San Diego? Oh, I hear the whining of a small grebe, a young grebe that wants food from its parent. There they are. Now, he's asking for food. I'm going to fetch me some drink. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Adolescent grebe in zebra livery. Next up 12, KLM flight 1269, which is going to go to Copenhagen. I did say San Diego. Thank you, Marijke. Good morning, Gregory. And thank you. Georgios, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Veronique, goedemorgen, good morning. And thank you, Ari. The SLM is expected not too long from now, actually. It's already 10:30. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Now, what is happening here with my microphone thread? The wire of my transmitter seems to be a bit stuck. Let me have a look. Some of the wire got stuck between the clip and my trousers. Let's just let it glide into the back pocket freely instead of using the clip. Feed me, feed me, feed me. Feed me, feed me, feed me. Parenting in a nutshell. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. I want food, I want food, I want food. I want a fishy, I want a fishy, I want a fishy. Come on, give me something. Hey Oksana, goedemorgen. Lars, goedemorgen. Sparta Rotterdam, goedemorgen. Indeed, feed the baby. God damn it. Right. There's also a few dried up droplets on the camera, no, on my phone screen, which is a bit annoying if I want to read your chat messages. There are some airplanes over there already making their way over to the runway threshold. In the meantime, let me close the phone screen and wipe those dried up droplets away. That way. Reading the live chat has become a bit easier again. Right, our next departures, 3 of them are approaching. EasyJet in the foreground. No, I mean there's 4 actually already. EasyJet to Malaga, KLM Flight 601 to LAX, KLM Flight 1151 to Trondheim, and 9 to 5 to Edinburgh. In the meantime, CJ becoming our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. CJ, thank you so much for the vote of confidence. Hope you're going to like it in the lounge. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way if you need to know where stuff is. Thank you so much and welcome. Make sure to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal as well. 34 of them. And they're there for you guys to have fun with. So make sure you do, guys. Alex MVD, good morning. And welcome everybody else. It's a wind transition day, meaning this morning we began with southwesterly wind, but slowly but surely the wind is getting more northerly. And that means intermediate runway use, like now, with runway 24 also being used for departures to the southwest, as you can see in the background. And departures to the north via this runway also simultaneously in place. And landings take place on 36 right. Later it should become more northerly windy, and I'm wondering if maybe they are going to switch to a different runway use instead then. For now, everything to the west is taking off from this runway, or at least North America. I still think there's a high degree of certainty that the A340 is going to take runway 24. Hey, and I am already proven wrong, luckily. I'm lucky, I'm happy for that. Arjan says that the A340 is coming to the Polderbaan. That's nice. Stefan, good morning. Bart, goedemorgen. W, good morning. A340 delayed. Targeted takeoff now. 1109, runway 36 left. 74 on radar, destination Miami. Now the question is, which runway will it be assigned to? I'm hoping, of course, Polderbaan. We'll have to see. Hey, Jerome is also back in the chat. He came in with a massive bang. 10 gifted memberships. You really didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much. Welcome back, mate. Hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for your tremendous generosity, Jerry. Hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you just now will say thank you for it. Have fun with the custom emojis, guys. Don't forget to say thank you to Jerry. Make sure you use those custom emojis however you see fit. Chris, goedemorgen. Jan-Willem, goedemorgen. Hanna, good morning. Right, so this is KLM flight 1151 to Trondheim. Hey, 740 Polder. Good news indeed, Wolfgang. One of the 2 airplanes currently still in the livery of SkyTeam, in KLM's fleet at least. we saw a 777-300 also in the SkyTeam livery, but it wasn't KLM, but Garuda. But it was like old times again, as if the PHBVD was still in that livery. Hey Josephine, good morning. Goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Departures from the Polderbaan. And runway use also automated. Massive big thank you to Reticent Wife, aka Simi, and Duckman, formerly known as Duckman, aka Buddy, who both work together to also automate the runway use. So the ticker is now fully automatically updating. It seems to be working a treat. Rosalie, goedemorgen. Kevin, goedemorgen. Oscar, good morning. Stroopwafel, good morning, mate. Harriet, goedemorgen. Welcome, everybody. Right now, there's still a bit of wind. It's going to slow down. It's also set to become more sunny as the day is going to progress. We'll have to see. For now, every now and again, a small droplet and a bit of wind from the west. Hassan, goedemorgen. Lipstick plane to Cheaters Lane. That rhymes. And a sassy airplane. Looks like a Neo, but it isn't. The cockpit might have you think it's a Neo, but it certainly isn't. Jerome is getting down with the interesting questions. How big is a small droplet? Not very big. As long as there aren't too many of them, it should be okay. KLM flight 777 in the background. Going to St. Maarten. That's the PHAOB. FWAB. And here in the foreground, Norwegian to Copenhagen. Max 8 737. TUI Dreamliner has arrived. In the meantime, in the background, there it is. The grumpy people on the tail. Carol in the world, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. And this, I think, is a harvester. It's either a harvester of beets or of potatoes. Once again, standing there seemingly randomly in the middle of a field. You'd think you'd finish the job and take that thing home with you when you're done with the job, but apparently it's a project that is multiphasic. This is KLM flight 777 to St. Maarten. Of course, not a Boeing 777, but an A330-203. It's the FWAB. Guten Morgen, Hanky Panky, herzlich willkommen. Mark, goedemorgen. Conan, good morning. Peter wonders if all Norwegian planes have a white tail. Well, they are white, or they are white and they have a grumpy tail on it as well. The livery itself is white. Is a white backside of the airplane, so the fuselage and the tail included. Indeed, Han, religious farmer doesn't work on Sundays. And good morning, Han. Sugar beet harvester. Some have said it's a potato harvester. How can you tell the difference? Because a potato harvester also has those conveyor belts running up on the side of the machine, at least the ones I have seen on YouTube. So I'm wondering, how can you tell the difference between a sugar beet harvester and a potato harvester? From the crop in the field it is standing in, obviously. Could be both. Need to check the front of it. Ah, it's the front that'll tell you the difference, right? Just like how you can use a combine for both wheat and maize or corn, depending on the mouthpiece, quote unquote, that you put in front of it. Ask the operator. Always good to do that. If you'll excuse me, I am going to hunt for that next pot of gold. Still very much thinking about upgrading my tripod, and a pot of gold will help tremendously in financing that. It should be somewhere over there, so if you'll pardon me, I'll go look for treasure. Yeah, now we might get a few droplets in a few moments, as you can see. Hey, good morning, Helsinki spotter. Frobisher, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. KLM flight 1753 to Hamburg has begun rolling. 737-700. That's been. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo Golf Hotel. 15-year-old airplane, first flight November 2009. Yeah, indeed, Wolfgang. Take a hint from the crop that's in the field. Well, beets still have their leaves before harvesting, if I'm not mistaken, and potatoes don't. That's one difference. Of course, if the crop still has leaves, you can also pretty easily discern beets from potatoes. K2 over there. Shots fired. Han asks, auto tracking tripod, do those even exist? In that case, I might as well just wrap up and place an auto tracking camera here 24/7. Indeed, Storm Eagle, the funny bird voices didn't cut it. Back to the old stuff. Bells and whistles. AirBaltic to Vilnius. Bombardier C-Series 300. Right. Yeah, this is a shower that I need to get the umbrella out for. Lovely rainbow on my left. Absolutely lovely. Yeah, and then the lens, of course, still got a little wet. I'll fix that after the shower has passed. Medium droplet. Indeed, indeed. AirBaltic flight 962 to Vilnius. It's taking off in the distance. Right, the next airplane approaching is a Dreamliner 7879. That is KLM, flight 615, going to Portland, Oregon, Jerry's hometown. Barely visible, but there it is. Yeah, rain has gone again. Looking west of me, things are clear again. Let me quickly dry off the lens. There were also a few droplets on that landed on my laptop. There we go. Should be good again. Camera lens, of course. Also, several droplets on it. Right, we should be good again. This is KLM flight 615 going to Jerry's hometown, Portland, Oregon. CJ asks how often you see bird strikes. Well, not very often. It has happened a few times that we filmed one. Most of the time it happened far away and people were reporting having seen it when I didn't even see it when it happened. I have got a few bird strike videos in the videos section. I think I've even grouped them in a playlist. But if all is well, not very frequently, because that's why the bird control is there. Fresh layer of spray on the tarmac. To what extent are we going to see it? Well, thus far, not very much. KLM, flight 615 to Portland, Oregon. BHF, Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel, Foxtrot. Alright, now it's getting a bit more sprayy. Yeah, baby, show some spray. Okay. Hot shoe issue apparently. Hatches are going to close. Yep. Hot shoe issue. Hot wheels indeed. bit of wing fluff. In the meantime, behind me, KLM flight 1005, which will be leaving for London Heathrow in a moment. In the meantime, immediately west of me, blue sky again. The sun is shining over there. The Dreamliner was experiencing hot wheels. We've seen that before. Hot brakes that need to cool off first before they are retracting the gear. Nothing out of the ordinary. Well, the few droplets that passed by just now, now forming a nicely contrasting cloud. The next airplane over there is KLM Flight 755 going to Quito, which is the capital of Ecuador. Actually, proper use of the sound effect for a change. What amazing. Hey, Corendon Max 9. No, I thought maybe it was the tattoo version, but it's not. That's a pity. Left-handed Pro, good morning. Drew, good morning. Jetstream Journeys, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan. Runway 36 left. One of two runways in use for departures, together with runway 24. And 36 right is currently in use for arrivals. It's a wind transition day, where this morning we began with southwesterly winds, and slowly we are transitioning to westerly winds and northwesterly winds, which is why this runway is already in use for departures. Hey, that's good news, Storm Eagle. 7-4 freighter on the move. W also announcing it already. Quad Squad members underway. If all is well, the A340 is also coming this way, not too long from now. If there are bits of blue in the sky, contrails can be seen. Keep me posted if anything interesting is coming my way. I cannot assure you that I am able to, I'm going to be able to see it, but I am going to give it a try. If the sky happens to be a bit more open. Derek, good morning and welcome. Arjan, goedemorgen en welkom. Expedition Nordland, good morning and welcome. Karsten, also good morning and welcome. Hope everybody is doing well. It's definitely a lot cooler than it was yesterday. Yesterday evening I even went for a bike ride still with my shorts on, although I did put on my premium hoodie. This is Corendon going to CHQ. That's Kanya West? I don't know. This is the PHCDR. It's a Max 9 737. Oh, was that Welling going to Cheater's Lane? Did I see that correctly? Ooh, shorts. Morgen, Lise. Let's try a Lufthansa 74 for Frankfurt, southeast to northwest over Amsterdam in a few seconds. I have it. Thank you. Thanks for that, heads up, Wolfgang. It is producing a faint contrail, but it is a contrail nonetheless. Looking at the bottom of the airplane, I thought I could already recognize that this is the old one with the logo that we also have a custom emoji from, with the yellow logo. Now the question is, is it going to No dice. I think that was the last of it. EasyJet in the meantime just now taking off. There's more cloudiness coming my way, so I think that was the only glimpse of the 74 that we were able to get. But thanks for the heads up. Hopefully we'll get lucky again. Yeah, cheater on Cheater's Lane. That's Welling. Fueling, Hans' favorite. Going to Houston, that was. Okay, there you go. This is Welling, flight 1376 to Alicante. It's the EC MBS. Hey, nice. AirBaltic and Baltic Heritage also coming this way. Thank you, Marissa, for letting us know. Hey, Crow, Crow, Crow. Russell Crowe coming towards me a little, saying hi, and then he's flying back to the lantern. It truly was as if he flew over here just to say hi. I kid you not, he was coming over here until approximately the grass over here, in the sky, craw, 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 and then he flew back, and then he went and landed on the mast over there. Craw, craw. Good morning, mate. Craw, craw. Russell Crowe. Craw, craw. Yeah, that's me, buddy. Craw, craw. Craw, craw. John Dutch Canadian also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Jeff, good morning. Craw. There he is again. Craw, craw. Craw, craw. 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 Craw, craw, craw. Yeah. That is so nice. Yeah. Yeah. What up, buddy? Can definitely see he isn't afraid of me. The Crow Whisperer, indeed. Need to bring some treats. What do they eat? What could I bring? Oh, hey! Runway use has changed. There you go. Is the... No, the ticker isn't showing it just yet. Now runway 06. Kaagbaan is in use as runway 06 for arrivals. Bread? You sure? Don't think that's good for birds in general. I know that it's not good for ducks. Craw, craw. Craw, craw. Yeah. Hey, buddy. Doing a flyby. Craw. Craw. Now, there you go. He's not too far away from here. He's spying on me. Hey, buddy. I can see you still. Ah, LVNL has not updated yet. Well, there you go. LVNL is running behind. The ticker will automatically update as soon as LVNL updates. Alrighty. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 143 to Seattle, Washington. And Karsten is celebrating his 8-month membership anniversary and he's loving it. Mate, thank you so much for the ongoing support. I'm happy to hear you're still loving it. I hope that goes for everybody. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, it'll help to bring in new people and we desperately are in need of them. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come, Karsten. And if anything is amiss in the lounge, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it. This is Delta Airlines Flight 143. Going to Seattle, Washington, Bill J's hometown. Went ahead and gifted 5 memberships just now. Mate, you really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön to Karsten. Have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Karsten, thank you so much. Incredible. Not only 8 months a member yourself, but another 5 members courtesy of you. Make sure to have fun with the custom emojis, guys. 34 of them. Use them however you see fit. I think we might get some more rain again. And Russell is also eating something over there. Oh, is that a bit of a crayfish? It looks like it. It looks like he was... Or what's that? Is that a bit of crayfish? I think it might be. I think he's trying to open up the shell. Get to the meaty part. In the meantime, Queenie has arrived. Alright, well, KLM Cargo is going to be number 3 for departure. It could also be a mouse, I'm not sure, Marijke. It was hard for me to see. There's the Baltic Heritage, special livery AirBaltic. And over here we have another AirBaltic. This is AirBaltic to Riga. Yankee Lima, cerebral spinal fluid, CSF. Hans says, looks more like a frog. Well, I don't see Russell anymore, so whatever it was, he is eating it elsewhere, apparently. So 2 AirBaltics and then the KLM 747, AirBaltic to Riga, Baltic Heritage, and then KLM Cargo. Where is the A340? A340 to Paramaribo was also expected to come this way. Wasn't that supposed to happen around now? In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Runway use is changing because the winds are too. Used for arrivals earlier in the morning. When I arrived here, they were still landing here, but it quickly changed. Now they're using this runway for departures. The Polderbaan, runway 0624, was in use for outbound traffic earlier. Right now, it's no longer in use, period, says the ticker. We did see an airplane land on there seemingly a few minutes ago. It'll probably reopen formally as runway 06 pretty soon. Phew, droplets once again are beginning to fall over here and I hope it's going to stop or hold off to become intensive until the 747, which is next after the Baltic Heritage A220. Until it has taken off. Paul also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Full as well. The ticker is now fully automated in its entirety. Means that runway use is updated automatically, as is the METAR. This is the Baltic Heritage to Tallinn. Alright, well, let's quickly turn around. Next up will be KLM Cargo, operated by Merton Air. The CKB, Charlie Kilo Bravo. There it is. Her Majesty the Queen going to Miami, Florida. Thank you, W. A340. Takeoff time around 11:30. Air Europa has been pushed back. Is that a Dreamliner today? Russell says, if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. He's absolutely right. Thanks for reminding us, mate. Her Majesty is rolling. 22-year-old 747. First flight of this one was back in April 2003. Not a moment too soon because the rain is starting to intensify. At least that's what it was looking like. How much moisture is there still? Not a whole lot. If the runway is really wet, you'll see more spray upon rotation. Didn't see it. It's not very rainy. It hasn't been very rainy, nor will it be very rainy. So believe it or not, later today the sun is expected to start shining again. Bro, where are you, mate? Oh, he's still... Oh, is that Russell having lunch there? I think it might be. Oh, stupid bird control. No, get out. Yeah, he's not getting distracted by the bird control. Now, what is that? Is that a frog? Is that a mouse? Oh. Or was that part of a crayfish? You guys tell me. SLM alive on flight radar, that's good news. The full squad should be coming this way. Widebodies are expected to leave next after this. This sassy airplane, you can see them already in the background. The widebodies. American Airlines to Dallas. KLM to Bogota. For a moment there, I thought we were going to see the second airplane with Hot Wheels. Rah, rah. Come on, mate. I'm not going to steal your food. I'm a vegetarian. American Airlines Flight 221 is going to leave to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas in a moment. November 806 Alpha. Alpha is the registration. 7878 Dreamliner. It is 10 years old by now. First flight June 2015. Miracles do happen, bear with me, says. Well, being live on flight radar is one thing, getting off the ground is another. It ain't over till the fat lady sings, is what they say. That's certainly the case with the A340. Right, so twice a minute buffer thus far. Is that the status quo? Or have I missed further notifications? It seems the overall stability thus far has been reasonable, hasn't it? Maybe I'll switch to the 2.4 gigahertz tomorrow and see what that will bring. If the weather is good enough to go out tomorrow. I hope it will be. I am planning on doing an additional stream tomorrow. Well, I say additional, it's basically to compensate for the stream that didn't happen on Thursday. The weather on Thursday was a bit bad. Low visibility, drizzle, mist all throughout the majority of the day. This is KLM flight 741. It's going to Bogota, which is in Colombia, and that's right next to it's a 787-10 Dreamliner PHBKL Bravo Kilo Lima. Roy, goedemorgen. And good morning everybody else. Jakaria, good morning. Hadi Afrodite, goedemorgen. Right, a few drizzly droplets. There's also blue in the sky, albeit a bit further to the north. Current scale of chimney smoke is looking like so, and there's more raininess right south of me. You can see it, a veil of rain. Next up, Delta Airlines flight 135 to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. No, Detroit, Michigan, DTW. You'd almost think I'm a bit dyslexic. Dyslexic, Dixie, immediately thought that for those of you who are planning to come to the Polderbaan, they should know that the Dixies have gone, both for the males and for the females. After the windy day on Monday, when I returned, they hadn't been secured and they had moved from where they were standing in the corner, and they've removed them, unfortunately. I'm not sure if they're going to be brought back. I hope they will, but right now if you need to go to the toilet, particularly if you're a woman, there's no longer an opportunity to do so at the Polderbaan. The toilets have gone, both for males and females. Now, of course, there is still boulder bush where you could take a leak behind a tree, but it's not as it's supposed to be. And Kronert, thank you so much for the kind words. Happy to oblige. This is KLM flight 1219, which will be leaving for Stockholm pretty soon. The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Golf, Bravo. And 3 A350s to the Polderbaan, Artjan says. Gilberto, good morning. And John, good morning. Peter, good morning. Apparently the A340 is rerouting. It's going to runway 24 now. Let's see. What does the ticker say with respect to runway use? In other words, the LVNL website. 36 left, only runway. So something strange is happening. The A340 from Surinam, which seemed to be underway to this runway, is returning again. Conquista is tuning in from Mombasa, which is in Kenya, which is in Africa. Welcome to the show, mate. Mark says that the gas station on the corner has nice and clean toilets. Yeah, if you're by car, then that is definitely a viable option. If you're there on foot, it means you have to walk 20 minutes or so, and also 10 minutes on your bike. It's good to know. If push comes to shove, then at least there are restrooms over there that you can use. Not that the ones at the Polderbaan have been the cleanest, but I just had to get out of the way for an EasyJet going to the HM gates. There you go. Thank you for the update, Marissa. We can all rest easily now, knowing that the A340 is still coming this way. Tractors are no small vehicles to begin with, but you can see just how puny it looks when there is a wide body in the background passing by it. Air Europa also coming this way. And Ari says that for the A340 CDM says 36 center. Is that also going to... It's 11:20, so if all is well, there should be one runway open for outbound traffic until approximately 11:40. At least that's what normally happens. Gertine en Jacqueline, goedemorgen. Lee, good morning. Koen, goedemorgen. In the meantime, the A340 doing a tour around the entire airport area. Now, what's the A350 doing? Why is it holding there? Oh God, what's happening here? Marissa says my CDM still says 36 left. Come on guys, isn't there supposed to be only one runway open for outbound traffic from 11 until 11:40? Normally there is. Captain Jerry saves his depends to burn for winter heat. That's a good strategy. Don't suppose you'll be needing a lot of them. Right, so something is up with the A350. It's standing there being overtaken by all the other airplanes that are approaching. Care needs to be stored properly first, indeed, Storm Eagle. Now, this airplane does come equipped with a carrying cabin in the back, as you can see. If you only joined us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. And if you only joined us just now, you probably didn't see the departure of the KLM 747 to Miami, Florida earlier this morning. We're still awaiting the A340 to Surinam. That should be coming this way. First up, Air Europa to Madrid. It's a 7878 Dreamliner. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you want to help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people. Air Europa flight 1098. It's the ECMMX, not BMX, but MMX, Marie X-ray. Mike, of course. Keep saying Marie. Obviously, I would only have to do that when Jesus is flying into the Netherlands or overhead. Good morning, Jason. Good morning, Roy. Good morning, everybody else who joined in the meantime. If you look around, you can see there are showers everywhere. They are short-lived and they are expected to cease later in the day. Now looking in the direction the wind is coming from, there's definitely bits of blue in the sky as well. Most certainly there are. It's wind transition day. We began with southwesterly winds this morning and this runway was used for arrivals initially. Then as I was setting up here, they already started using this runway for departures, which they are going to continue doing, I think, for the rest of the day and also for tomorrow. Earlier this morning there was a KLM Dreamliner that had hot shoes, hot wheels. They kept the gear extended. This one did not have that. Next up, KLM flight 535 to Kigali, and that is somewhere in Africa. The PH-AOC. Frank also back in the chat. Good morning, Frank. And Han is celebrating 28 months of membership. Trying to keep up with Jerome and Marissa. Let's see if you can overtake them at some point. Han, thank you so much for your continued support. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. It's good to see you again in the live chat because you were missed when you weren't there a couple of weeks back. Singapore A350 is also coming this way. And Han, what are you doing, mate? Han just now went ahead. He gifted 10 memberships. You didn't have to do that, mate. You're supporting the channel more than enough already as a long-standing member. And I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. PH-AOC underway to Kigali. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, new members. If you are one of the recipients of Hans' gifted memberships, make sure to say thanks to him and enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. They're there to have fun with, so make sure you do that. Han, thank you so much for your incredible generosity as a long-standing member and as a donator of gifted memberships. Mate, you didn't have to do the latter. Absolutely you didn't. Now I am curious, how is that new DJI? Isn't that the one with the 1-inch sensor? Such a shame you're not allowed to use drones here in the vicinity of Schiphol. I'm also hearing an airplane pass by overhead. I do see contrail remnants, but the sky isn't blue enough for me to be able to see the airplane causing the sound. Now, interestingly, Delta Airlines Flight 161 to Minneapolis has just made a left-hand turn to also park behind Delta Airlines Flight 73. It seems like it is making room for the other airplanes to overtake it. Huh? Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing on Flight Radar? Both the Delta A350s are now parked on that left lane so that all the airplanes arriving from behind can overtake them on the right. Does that mean that both A350s have something wrong with them? What is this? Oh, Kermit is also back. Now where was that sound coming from? Because if he's sitting in the sand somewhere, now's the best time to see him. Yeah, obviously, now he keeps quiet. Frank says that those A350s are discussing their visas. Max Verstappen is incoming, overtaking the Deltas. Captain Harry, Captain Harry is celebrating 6 months of membership. No accompanying text along with the message, but still a membership anniversary nonetheless. Thank you so much, Captain Harry, for your ongoing support. 6 months and counting. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking, and if it's not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix and improve the situation. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Captain Harry. Now, 2 Delta A350s, and yeah. Cyclists, the Tour de France. Small peloton. Ah, so you haven't flown it yet, Han? I thought maybe you already snuck out for a test flight in the meantime, or had snuck out for a test flight. In the meantime, I scrolled up, and that means that now my chat window is frozen. Let me copy link, close chat window, new window, paste URL, set top chat to live chat, scroll down, re-enable split screen, turn around the phone, and we should be back in business again. So, looking to my immediate west, things are relatively open. Doesn't mean we have necessarily seen the last of the rain, but for the immediate nearby future, it looks like it's going to stay dry here. Yeah, it's the Delta A350 convention parking lot. Not sure what's going on there. Interesting day when you see the A340 overtake Delta A350s. Just take a sip of vodka and enjoy everything that is going on here. Singapore A350 is also about to overtake the Delta A350s. Howdy neighbor. Hello there. Three A350s in one shot. What on earth is happening here? It's interesting to say the least. JetBlue, in the meantime, on its way. Good morning, Jimmy, and welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. There's an A350 convention going on over there. A350 number 1, A350 number 2, A350 number 3, and A340 number 1, numero uno. KLM Embraer over here. The A340 is getting ready to line up. Klaas, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Surinam Flight 993 on its way to Paramaribo. A340 600 Good morning, Sean. And good morning, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. Have a look. Surinam, flight 993 to Paramaribo, the Dows. The Dows that did a go-around on Monday. Once again, back here. Dows is number 9 on flight radar, tracked by 614 people and counting. Center now also open for departures, and arrivals take place on 06 and 36 right. You can see in the ticker. Now, hopefully it's going to get out of the way. Let's look and listen. Aviation Launch, good morning, and welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. MindLab, good morning. Yes, that is a Singapore Airlines A350 right behind it. Now this airplane is 21 years old, first flight December 2003. It's rotating. It's airborne, yes. Hoisting in the gear. It always seems like it's going so difficult, both on the A340 and on the A330. Right, on its way it is. In the meantime, lined up on the threshold, Singapore Airlines flight 323, an A350 to Singapore. And one of the two A350s is moving. Question is, where is it going to go to? And W says that Cargolux 747 is coming in on the Kaagbaan. Maybe we can catch a glimpse of it. Where is it right now? Good morning, JP Kraus. Tijmen, goedemorgen. Wafelvreter, goedemorgen. Singapore Airlines, flight 323 to Singapore. Rolling now. 9 Victor, Sierra Mike uniform. 7-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018. Lufty to Munich in the Star Alliance livery, A319 in the background. What a beautiful machine and a beautiful livery. One of the best looking airplanes out there right now, if you ask me. There are a few droplets now falling. Oh, wow, look at this beautiful cloud east of me. A few droplets are falling, but the cloud it's falling from doesn't seem to be very thick and dense. So these droplets will not be long-lived, I'm sure of it. Eddie has to go. Thank you for joining, Eddie. See you later, mate. Hopefully tomorrow. I am planning on doing a stream tomorrow, weather permitting. From what I could see, the weather will permit me to do a stream tomorrow, but you never know for sure. Lufty flight 2303 in the Star Alliance livery will be next. EasyJet behind it, KLM behind it, and then the Delta that has moved. In the meantime, there is still a Delta A350, a second Delta A330 that is standing there, just about to be overtaken by Sky Express. Dale P. If you're wondering what on earth is he blabbing on about, that's the registration of this airplane. Delta Alpha India Lima Papa Dale P. And it's rolling. So yeah, something up with the two Delta A350s. Both have been standing there. The first one that arrived here now also joined the queue in the background. You can see it. The second one is still standing where it started standing still. Still for reasons unknown. Has anybody been listening in on ATC, and has anybody picked up something about why the A350s had been standing there? It seems that we have crossed through 500 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are enjoying the show, make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already, if you want to help us reach a wider audience. EasyJet to London Luton is next. An A319 might give you the cramps if you're Luton intolerant, so look away if you are. It might give you the cramps. And indeed, Marissa, wasn't center supposed to be open? The meter, the ticker says it should be, but I too haven't seen any departures yet from the center runway. Now it is 11:40, so if all is well, secondary runway for departures should be open or should open up any moment now. JP Cross says Delta Airlines 161 returning to gate. Is that the one that's still standing there? It's the one that's still standing there, isn't it? Let me scroll a little to the side. Oh yeah, Delta Airlines Flight 161, that is indeed the one that is standing there. So that is apparently returning to the gate. Interesting. In the meantime, also Turkish has arrived here. Turkish Airlines. Had center been open, that definitely would have gone through center, wouldn't it? Indeed, Frank, when returning to the gate, your flight will be late. That most certainly it will be. Karsten also has to leave. Thank you so much for joining, Karsten. This also doesn't seem to be normal. This definitely is not normal.
Bruh.
This is an aborted takeoff. They are going to vacate. Something is up there. Karsten mate, thank you so much for joining here. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. While this is taking place, I did see a few droplets on the lens. So let me take this moment when no new departures are going to commence yet to clean the camera lens a little. There we go. Right now, it's it's closer here than I thought. Oh no, it was already taking Cheater's Lane, of course, or didn't it? No, it was supposed to take off from the threshold, wasn't it? Is that Victor 3? Is that? Yeah, could be. Could be. Either way, stuff is happening here. A lot of stuff is happening here. 161 is also rolling. It certainly is. There it is. Here. Now, if that's going to return to the gates, as JP Krause was saying, then We might get to see something similar happening to what the KLM 73 just now did, using the runway. Anyway, we'll see soon enough. This is Delta Airlines Flight 73 on its way to Atlanta, Georgia. November 571 Delta Zulu. 8-year-old airplane, first flight October 2016. So the 73 skipped Victor 3 and took the exit via Victor 2 then. Probably to keep Cheaters Lane vacant. Meanwhile, big picture overview. Contrail being formed? Yep, there's definitely Air Icarus over here. Air Icarus. The cloudy vistas are sublime again. Looking ominous at times. And also, whoa, looking this way, cheerful at the same time. The dichotomy of Dutch weather. Once again, visualized over here. Alright, Sky Express is next. Sky Express to Heraklion, flight 8251. Yo, what up, mate? Craw, 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 craw. It is our good friend Russell, once again, vying for attention. Craw, craw. Yeah. We see you, bro. Craw, craw. He is a loud mofo, isn't he? I'd have to look into what these crows usually eat, see if I can bring something along with me next time I'm here. Sky Express, flight 8251 to Heraklion in Greece, A320neo. Sierra X-Ray, Tango, Echo, Charlie is the registration. 4-year-old airplane, first flight November 2020. Icarus was a Lufty A330. Ah, thank you, Wolfgang. Thanks for looking that up, mate. Once again, one of those airplanes that allege that Greece is bliss. But is that so? Are there any Greek viewers watching right now? Can they confirm that Greece actually is bliss? Or is it just hearsay? Is it nonsense? Is it bullshit? So, if this Delta is going to return to the gate, it's also going to use the runway to turn around, just like the 73 did. Kaidos, good morning. And it was a pleasure to meet you too, mate. Are you back in Düsseldorf? Or are you still in the Netherlands? Transavia on the move. Turkish Airlines flight 1952 will be next to Istanbul. Runways are 6 in use for arrivals. You can see it in the background. What's that approaching? That's a Chinese triple. Turkish Airlines flight 1952 to Istanbul. Lined up next. Tango Charlie, Juliet, November, India. 14-year-old airplane, first flight September 2010. Ah, returning in November. Well, looking forward to meeting you then again, Kai. Delta Airlines Flight 161 in the background. Allegedly, it'll return to the gate, which means it'll use the runway to turn around. Right, KLM to Barcelona is also on the move. Well, I say to Barcelona, but it's the exodus of the returning airplanes. Three airplanes holding short on arrival. Waiting for two airplanes to pass by. Delta Airlines also on the move. In the meantime, while we're waiting, if you are enjoying the show and you haven't done so already, don't forget to leave a like and maybe subscribe to the channel if you want to help us reach a wider audience. It will help tremendously if you do. Right, so Victor 3, not too tight for Delta Airlines Flight 161. Making room for Shamrock. There are still three airplanes that are waiting to continue further. They'll have to wait for the Delta to also have passed them by. They're thinking,
Oh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way.
Shamrock Flight 603 is going to be taking off next to Dublin, Ireland. A320, I die. But not today. We are all going to die at some day, but not to die. It's the EIDEI. Indeed, Frank, the Jedi didn't return. Why can't we? It's only fair, right? In the meantime, Dirk on tour is celebrating 16 months of membership and he is writing 16 months of fun with Delta. That is certainly true, Dirk. How many times haven't we seen Delta A330s going back to the gate, waiting for minutes on end before continuing? Delta definitely disproportionately regularly. In the meantime, Dirk, thank you so much for your ongoing support. 1 year and 4 months, and I hope those are still to your liking and have been to your liking and will continue to be to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix and ameliorate the situation. Airlink is underway. And an absolutely lovely airplane. Cloudy vista over here. The lighting, beautiful. It's not a rain shower, but it is a lovely cloud though. Vueling, the first to leave via 36 Center, so finally they've opened up Center as well. Fueling, wheeling, vueling, Vueling. Either way, it's Hans' favorite. There it is. You can see that the dot is still in place. And Bear With Me is also celebrating 9 months of membership. Holy crap, this warrants a glide slope shot. It certainly does. Thank you so much for the support, mate. To you too I say, I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me see what I can do to fix it. And thank you so much for the ongoing support. Bear with me. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Sun Express, in the meantime, going to Mersin, which has the code COV, interestingly. And it's the TCSPK. Does come equipped with a cabin cabin, as you can see. Next up, a widebody. KLM flight 691, which is going to go to Toronto in Canada. It's the PHBQL, Bravo Quebec Lima. 777-200 19 years old, first flight in 2006, February. Hey, and Delta Airlines with a 767-300. Next after that. That is interesting. Yesterday we also saw Delta leaving with a 767. It's interesting that they're flying the 767s to Amsterdam. Up until yesterday, I don't think we've seen that as a regular occurrence. Only once did we see a 767 during that power outage at Heathrow. It diverted. Other than that, up until yesterday, I don't think in the existence of the channel we've ever seen Delta 767s to Amsterdam as a destination. In the meantime, Croatia Airlines taking off A320, beautiful machine, and a slightly better looking livery because the airplane is much better looking. Yeah, this is what I'm now looking at when looking to the east-southeast. Beautiful cloud. Gurdeep says, boy, I would one day like you to come to Heathrow Airport or Edinburgh Airport to film as well. I absolutely intend to do that if ever this channel grows into something bigger, which right now, as of late, I am wondering if it'll ever is going to happen. But I do have aspirations, ambitions to one day also do some globe-trotting and do live streams from different locations. 3 times 767 incoming, Arjan says. Joe Bima, good morning. Second day in a row, indeed. 767 is still the workhorse for US-based airlines. Well, interestingly, Storm Eagle, up until a few years ago, we saw a lot of them, still from United, but those have all seem to have been replaced by Dreamliners. I still remember whenever I would drive in the vicinity of the Polderbaan a few years back, I would see 767s from United particularly quite regularly. So if they are still so abundantly out there working, it's typical that they don't come to Europe, or at least to Amsterdam, that regularly anymore. Once again, an absolutely beautiful backdrop. Typical Dutch skies, 50 Shades of Grey. We thought of that. That's our invention. That was the Dutch. Look around and you'll see. In the meantime, Henk, goedemorgen. Trudy, goedemorgen. Mol, goedemorgen. Welcome back, guys. Well, here we go. Delta Airlines with a 767-300 the November 1201 Papa. And this is 27 years old, first flight April 1998. Now I didn't remember the registration of the 767 that we saw yesterday. Is this the same airplane or is this a second 767 that they've sent to Amsterdam this weekend? See that the engines are a bit older, a bit more smoky, hailing from an era where it was also normal to smoke in the workplace. How things have changed, luckily. Now, meanwhile, you might be wondering, are you out there all alone? In the immediate vicinity, yes, that is the case, but you can see there's a guy taking pictures over there. And there's some more folk over there as well. Tripod with a phone attached to it. Some people, hey, and also with a tripod over there. People, of course, on the cycling path. Is that Bart? I'm looking at the tripod and I'm thinking, hey, I have one of those here myself. I know Bart also has one. You can see quite a few people in the background already at the fence of the Spottersplatz itself. On days like today, you'll find the French fries truck over there. And if it's a bit warmer and more sunny, you'll also find the ice cream van over there. I'm wondering, can we see where we filmed from? I think is that over there? No, it's hard to see where we're filming from at Victor 3. The bridge is in the way, seemingly. They're doing a runway inspection over here, in case you're wondering why there's no traffic over here. K2 inspecting the runway. That's why the airplane that is approaching is waiting. Good morning, Marky. Who didn't use the car yesterday, bought a canoe instead. That might also be handy at certain times. United over there with the 767. Mercer says it'll be all 767 on this route until the 27th. Then it's scheduled to be an A330 Neo again, according to FlightRadar. Interesting. Well, looking forward to seeing more Delta 767s then going forward in the upcoming week. In the meantime, this is one of those airplanes that I, up until a few years ago, used to see so regularly, and another one is coming. What? So we had a combo shot of two Delta A350s earlier. Now we have two United 767s. In the meantime, Jeff, good morning. Is that the queue for the fries truck, he wonders? It could be at certain times. It definitely was. It could have been the queue when we were going for some fries after the stream last Sunday on the ground crew day. Right, well, United is standing there chilling and relaxing at the parking site that the Delta A350s were also standing at earlier. I wonder what is going on. It is moments like this that you miss having ATC in the background, but then again, it's only on moments like this. Is there anybody who happens to be listening in that maybe caught why this airplane is standing there? Yeah, parking in this spot. At least the parking spot is being used well today, and that's good. Han is switching over to the Formula 1. Enjoy, Han. Still looking forward to hearing from you how the first flight of your drone went. Thought about getting one myself a few times already. Then again, it would only be a toy, a nice to have. I don't have a particular use case for it. Would be so awesome if you were allowed to use drones, for instance over here. Aerial shots like you would get from the tower. How awesome would that be? Then again, with drones, it's not for streaming, of course. They'll crash even before the first runway change. Still, lovely toys. Well, make sure you do, Han. I'm very curious. Right, United Airlines flight 947 to Washington, the November 649 Uniform Alpha, 767-300. First flight July 1992, 33 years ago. July 1992, I was still 2 more years in elementary school and I think I had just begun learning English. Somewhere around that time, 5th grade. Maybe 6th. Good to see it's still working. A veritable workhorse indeed. What were you guys doing back in July 1992 when this airplane started its career as a professional airplane? Has anybody been listening in on ATC? I'm wondering what is going on over there. Well, in your case I do, Wolfgang. In your case I do. Delta Airlines flight 243 is about to overtake the United 767. Marky was working at a Ford dealer. Ari was doing a vacation job. Aphrodite was 2 years old. Michael was working with Toys R Us in Germany. Ilona studying to become a nurse. Interesting. Interesting to see what everybody was doing back then. Aphrodite signing off. I see people saying goodbye to Aphrodite. Aphrodite, I must have missed a message, but if you are leaving, thanks for stopping by and enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again soon. Yes, those are the Fords. the memorable Fords. Escort Turbo, Cosworth. You still sometimes see them every now and then. Just like old Opels over here in the Netherlands. Hey, what's that? Something wide-bodied is taking off from center. Ah! Emirates flight 146. On its way to Dubai. Alrighty, time for Delta Airlines flight 243 to go to Boston, Massachusetts. The November 403 Delta X-Ray, it's an A330 Neo. 6 years old, first flight July 2019. Gary in Amsterdam is also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. And Chris was working in 92 as a butcher, boning out on piecework. Veronique graduated college and spent the summer in a summer camp. Nice. so nice to see that so many different people were doing such different things at the time. Hey, banana to Leipzig on radar. Now, unfortunately, to Leipzig, that means center departure. And the 76 is on the move. On the move to the threshold, but for a departure or for a going around the block back to the gate, like the Delta A350 before it. We'll see. Arjan says 747 Cargo Lux to 36 left as it stands. That's good news. What's its destination? Bob is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope you've had a good day. John, good morning to you too. Flinkside, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody who just joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan today in use for departures to the north as runway 36 left. It was wind transition morning. I think we're done with transitioning. We began the show, well, no, we began with departures, and it has been departures all throughout the show. As I was walking up here this morning to set everything up, they were still using this runway for arrivals. The wind has turned from southwest to northwest, and that means departures to the north make the most sense with the runways that are available right now. And United for takeoff, Storm Eagle says that's good news. And the 74 to Luxembourg, thank you, Arjan. Flinkside asks, what do you like more, the Carman or the Polderbaan? Good question. If I have to choose between the two, I would say Polderbaan. But for arrivals, I am inclined to say the Carman. Just because of the good lighting. Then again, over here you also have beautiful arrivals with crosswinds. I think it's the facilities here, the parking lot, and all the other stuff that you also have over here. I think that makes me favor the Polderbaan a little bit. Then again, the Cargo also is closer by the main platform area where you can see more action on the ground. Over here, it's just one runway and a lot of agricultural things around you. So, ideally, I would say I prefer P3 over everything else, but unfortunately, that is not a viable option. Dinesh, goedemiddag. And Wolfgang, what are you doing? Hey Wolfgang, what are you doing? 5 gifted memberships courtesy of Wolfgang. You didn't have to do that, mate. Why was that? Oh, it seems we've crossed through 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that. That might possibly be the reason. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön to Wolfgang if you are one of the recipients of his gifted memberships. Wolfgang, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, mate. You know that. And welcome to the Skylines new members. United Airlines to Houston in Texas. Flight 21, November 643, Uniform Alpha. Now, if you thought that the previous 767 was old, with its first flight in July 1992. This one is even a bit older, 34 years. First flight May 1991. May 1991. Well, 92, 93, 94. I was in the 4th grade, still 3 more years to go after the summer vacation that year. 3 more years of elementary school. I hadn't even begun to learn English back then. I think it was just mathematics and Dutch grammar and vocabulary. What were you guys doing back in May 1991, insofar as you guys had been born already? Well, I do like farming as well, Jeff. Absolutely. I do get the sense that people who are new to the channel might probably be bored because of the rural look it is over here compared with when you're filming from P3. P3 is non-stop action. There's always something that you can film that is interesting, and here you have a lot of dead moments. Me personally, I don't like that a lot. I prefer non-stop action. I have ambitions with this channel, and if I want to reel in people that are also watching busy airports, such as Heathrow, such as LAX, then you cannot suffice with a strip of tarmac in the middle of grassland where one after the other blue small airplane takes off from. Redison Kai, body training in 91. Maria, married for 11 years already in 1991. Tim was a cell. Goedemorgen Rens en Bas, goedemorgen gentlemen. Timinen was minus 14 in 1991. And Bob in 1991 was working long hours at Sydney Airport. Marissa also has to go. Thank you so much, Marissa, for joining. Hopefully we will see you again soon enough. Hopefully tomorrow, but if not, then hopefully sometime soon again. Enjoy the Formula 1 and your nap. Jeff in 1991 DJing clubs raves. That sounds great, mate. What type of music were you playing? Hank was DIYing in his first home, his first house. Olaf also has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Olaf. And Gary was working in Baltimore. We all were doing that in 1991. Aus. Acid aus, Frank says. Look at the center. Is an old mofo lining up? Is that so? Oh, the A300. Ah, I had to zoom in on Flight Radar to see which airplane you were talking about. In the meantime, while I am still zoomed in on the threshold of the center runway, I can also see that around it, Finnair Flight 1302 is coming this way. There's a cheater on Cheater's Lane. First, taking off from the center runway. Right now we're waiting for the next traffic to come this way. Is Finnair going to be the first arrival here? No, that's not going to be the case. There's also number 175 to Aberdeen on its way. And looks like there is one Embraer 190 to Genoa. That is using Cheater's Lane. Marky went to Hacienda a couple of times. Just says the Hacienda was a revelation. The scene was intense. Hacienda, that's a club where? Now, let's see if we can spot the banana in a moment. There's the airplane preceding it. Next up is going to be the A300-600 to Leipzig. It's Dean. Persenchester, club in Persenchester. Now replaced by Flats. The Hacienda. Okay. The Hacienda, a bit like what's that club again in Berlin? One of those infamous clubs that you need to be special for to get into. Berghain. A bit of Berghain of Persenchester back in the day. Right. Can definitely see some movement. Finnair, and behind it, that's the banana. A300. Arrived from June 1993. June 1993. That's when this airplane began its career as a professional airplane. On its way to Leipzig, 32-year-old airplane. Not as old as at least one, if not both, of the 767s from United that we saw just now. Indeed, Paul, foiled by the ditch dirt again. Now on the other side, they're definitely in the way of visibility somewhat. Then again, better that they are in the way on that side than they are than when they are over here. And Jendrusek, who is a connoisseur of sorts. No, Hacienda is nothing like Berghain. Rave versus techno. Okay. Well, I still also remember the time without social media. Finnair A350 is coming. In the meantime, there is an Embraer 175 going. Shallow climb rate. That's nice. Allowing us to see the airplane from the side a little. Storm Eagle says another Lufty 747 overhead. Well, first of all, okay, I have seen the contrail remnants. It's not visible. It's also helpful to tell me where exactly I need to look and from where to where. Should it not be producing a contrail? It was. I saw the shadow of it, but the clouds are in the way, unfortunately. Finnair, flight 1302 to bloody Helsinki in Finland. There it is. Kaimanan asks if the channel is fully recovered from the NATO streams. No, it isn't. It actually is getting worse lately. Yesterday's stream netted no less than 8 whole subscribers. For almost 4 hours of streaming. It is incredible. So no, the channel is still very much in a rut. You can easily see it if you go to Social Blade. Look at the monthly stats. The views had been constant in July and in August. They're going to take a hit this month as well. Views down. Subscribers have been substantially down compared to what it has been before. For some reason, the algorithm has not yet begun promoting the channel like it did before the NATO summit. In hindsight, should have taken a vacation. Finnair flight 1302. Going to bloody Helsinki in Finland. It's the OHLWR. And this is the bringing us together since 1923 livery. 5-year-old airplane, first flight May 2020. This is what I look at in the east. This is what things look like to the south. This is what things look like to the west. Overhead, milkiness, contrail remnants visible a bit further to the north. And it's once again one of those quiet moments where you have to wait for the next traffic to come this way. It is approaching though, Transavia to Ibiza over there already. And there's also an Air Canada underway. In the meantime, in the background you can see movement. That's a big airplane, that's KLM flight 877 going to Mumbai in India. Although it doesn't feel as windy anymore as it did in the beginning of the stream, there is still significant horizontality in the scale of chimney smoke. Storm Eagle says a bit to the north was Austrian to from Vienna to New York, Newark. Maybe the contrail remnant over there? That might well be the case. Right now the sun is hiding behind a bit denser cloud. And contrails are hard to see at all right now. You can see a lot of airplanes destined to go out. Oh, I thought I heard the baby grebe again. A lot of airplanes destined to go out. A few of them definitely coming this way. Delta Airlines Flight 161, maybe. maybe not. Play has been pushed back and is on the move. United Airlines Flight 908 also on the move. In the meantime, Air Canada Flight 809 is about to turn to the Polderbaan. And you can definitely hear that's the baby grebe. I'm just not seeing it. Ah, right here. Right here. Here they are. Yeah. Feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me, feed me. Food, 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 food. Food, 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 food. Give me food, give me food. Yum 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 yum. I want yum 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 yum. Can I have some yum 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 yum? Parent is thinking, leave me the fook alone. You can hear it once they're above the waterline again, and he can start making noise again. Honda has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Honda, and see you later. Hopefully tomorrow, otherwise maybe on Thursday. Next up, Air Canada. Screw you, Wolfgang. Is that you sounding Lisa asking for food? No, it certainly isn't. We're much more decent about that. Peter PDK, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. W3S3D, good afternoon. Marcus, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody. As you can see, departures from the Polderbaan and center has also begun to cater to departures. Let's have a look. The METAR says still light showers of rain, down in cumulus clouds, 14 degrees C. That's definitely something you can feel. Temporary periods of visibility 7,000. Arrivals on 06. And parallel departures to the north. Air Canada is about to take off, indeed, Frank. Microphone issues. Which mic? Well, be more specific, lads. What's wrong? Voiceover partly lost. Can't be the battery. It's okay, crackling. Okay, no idea. Let's see. Has it been set to mute? No, it hasn't. Should be okay. Not much that can go wrong with that. It's just securely tightened. With a screw-in thingy. The on-off button is on the inside. There is a mute button though. Can't be the connector. As you can see, it's threaded and it's screwed in, so it can't be the connector. Shouldn't be. Let's see if maybe I can reposition it. Maybe if I put it on the inside, the additional wire as well, like so. Well, laugh all you want, guys. I'm spending hundreds of euros and still shit is breaking down constantly. It's very annoying, actually. How would you feel if you just spent nearly $1,000 for a wireless microphone and people are complaining that the sound is breaking up while your €300 DJI set was apparently better than the one that you have right now? How do you think if you spend a couple of hundred on a modem and on an antenna, and the first few minutes of the stream already the buffering is coming back? How do you think that makes one feel? Well, it's parallel departures to the north and traffic to the Polderbaan is very slow. There is traffic coming. Play will be next. Iberia in the meantime off to Madrid. Right. Barely visible, but you can make it out. Could make it out. We're able to make it out. The play tail. Play A320neo. Lufthansa in the background. Rotating on its way to Frankfurt. Here we go. Play flight 461 coming up. Now, let's see. The A350 1000 to Hong Kong has also been pushed back by now. It's 12:36, so that's a bit too early. It's still going to take the center runway to take off, I think. In the meantime, one of the last chances, last few weeks, there we are going to be able to use this custom emoji, the playtime custom emoji, appropriately. Curious to see if it is going to stay dry here. Looking to my immediate west, blue sky, but further at the horizon, it looks like an isolated cloud. It doesn't look like a shower, but I'm not sure that it isn't. Alright, here we go. Playtime it is. Hey, Sarah also back in the chat. Good to see you, Sarah. Welcome back. Just in time for playtime. For those of you joining us later, you may have missed the departure of a KLM 747 from this runway. And a ton of 767s actually. Not just from Delta, but also from United. So, a couple of A350s. The Delta ones seemingly having trouble first before finally taking off. One went back to the gate. Delta Airlines Flight 161, still at the gate at the moment. And here, playtime, which is still visiting Schiphol on a daily basis for another month or so. Slow trickle of traffic to the Polderbaan. KLM 1295 to Billund is next. United to Chicago has also turned around, made the turn on its way now to the Polderbaan. There it is. It's 12:40, and that means another 20 minutes of parallel departures to the north. If all is well, between 1 and 2, all traffic outbound is going to leave via the runway we are standing next to. Rodney says, wow, that was neat, the bird flying in front of the camera. Cheeky bastard. They're cheeky photo bombers and they're vying for attention like Russell when you're not filming them. Or they're begging their moms or dads for food like the baby grebe. Keith is also in the chat, greeting us from, how's that pronounced? Swanage? Swanage in the UK, who had a surprise first visit here last week, flying in with KLM from Birmingham, and then the following morning to Stavanger. Well, welcome to the channel, Keith. Hope you had a good time in the Netherlands while you were here. The Embraer 175 to Stavanger is also coming this way. Only it's still visible. KLM 1295. Destination Billund, 737-700. The Bravo Golf Foxtrot, 16 years old, first flight October 2008. What's the hold up? I'm looking behind me. Is there anything on the runway? The answer is no, there's not. I do see the bird control vehicle, but it's standing still next to the runway. And as almost always is the case, whenever I start looking around me to see what the holdup is about, the airplane starts rolling. There you go. Adriaan, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. Seeing a veil of rain below the cloud that I was pointing to just now. You can see it right in the center. Is that coming my way, or is the wind now more from over there? I think, well, looking up, hard to see. Might start to raining here again albeit short-lived. Alright, KLM arriving on the scene, but continuing to the threshold and not taking cheaters lane, as you can see. For a moment I thought maybe it was going to take the cheaters lane since there was a widebody lining up. And KLM always gets preferential treatment, seemingly. Alright, so this is KLM flight, KLM, United Airlines. United Airlines flight 908. Going to Chicago. Rolling already. The November 26909. 11-year-old airplane, first flight December 2013. Delta A330 in the background, landing on runway 06 simultaneously. Nice feature is that they opted to make the carrying cabin in a different color than the rest of the fuselage, making the carrying cabin stand out more. It's a cheap, cost-effective way to make it look more premium, which is, after all, what Karen deserves. Kreidler moped, distinct smell of the exhaust gas as well. We saw the whole club earlier in the morning, both in this direction and coming back, not long thereafter, but right now he seems to be alone, or it is a sentinel who is already checking out if the coast is clear. Also checking out if the coast is clear, right above me here. Grah! Yeah, it's my buddy. Grah! He's been doing that several times now already, getting really close by. Russell Crowe, Grah! Did you catch another something to eat, mate? Where are you going to, buddy? He was definitely flying over to say hi. Grah! Well, there you go. Russell Crowe. All right. Are there still airplanes going to the center runway? It doesn't look like it, does it? It seems that everything destined to leave now is already on its way to the Polderbaan. It's 12:47, so it looks like they have closed the center runway a bit early, even though when looking at my laptop in the ticker it still says center is open. In actual practice it no longer seems to be. That's good news, Storm Eagle. The A350 1000 coming this way. It also looks like a bit of rain also is coming this way. Definitely over there. Now it was a bit more over there first, so it looks like this is where I need to look to see what's coming my way. That's not better. There's rain over there as well. In the meantime, you can see that there are a lot of airplanes that are moving to the Polderbaan right now. I think you can even make out linear formations in the cloud streets. In other words, the opposite of this is where the wind is blowing from. Now, that is more or less in the direction of the radio tower. I can see veils of rain around it. Means that the umbrella will be needed pretty soon. KLM flight 735 to Willemstad Curaçao, the PHBVV Bravo Victor Victor. Wolfgang says A380 15 minutes out. Where's it destined to land? I'm thinking it might be a 36 right landing. So, it's getting busy here. Air Canada flight 901 to Montreal. 1 airplane. 2 airplanes, 3 airplanes. Surely there's more. Hard to see them. They've gone ninja mode. Air Canada flight 901 next to leave for Montreal, Canada. The Charlie Golf Hotel Quebec Yankee. Finally a proper Canadian airplane with Quebec in the registration. Martin, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined us later. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're here at the Polderbaan. Runway 36 left. Right now, seemingly the only runway in use for departures. Wind began this morning from the southwest. It has turned northwesterly right now. And already I'm starting to feel a few drizzly droplets. A shower is approaching. Thank you, Maria, who says that the A380 has been assigned to Alsmeran, aka 36 right. It's the furthest removed runway from where we are standing. Means that we shall only be able to see a contour of the A380. Do let me know if it is on final and just a few miles out. Let me see what I can do then to film it. In the meantime, a veil of rain is approaching. Already some small drizzly droplets are falling. The A350 1000 is already visible, coming this way. There it is. This is Transavia flight 5093 to Zakynthos in Greece, the Papa Hotel, Hotel Sierra Charlie. Alright, once again, what's the hold up? Looking around and no bird control on the runway. And as almost always is the case, then the airplane starts moving. Here we go. DB Basement signing off for the Grand Prix. Enjoy. I still remember Formula 1 from the good old days when they still were driving with V10s. If only they would bring those back. I don't care if they're slower or not. The sun is shining here, albeit bleakly. The rain shower is approaching. Pretty soon it is going to make sure that the sun will no longer shine here. For now, the lighting is nice. KLM flight 1233 to Göteborg. Embraer 190. Already several airplanes in the queue that you can see behind. In the background, I should say. The rain is no longer too far away. You can see that the high rises over there have turned vague. Those over here are still more colorful. That means that the rain has already approached where those buildings on the left are. It's coming this way. Next up, KLM E2 Embraer to Budapest, flight 1365. Another E2 Embraer to Eden behind it. And then the A350 1000 to Hong Kong. Behind that looks like it's the 787-10 to Nairobi. That's in Kenya in Africa. You can see now that the rain has also approached the buildings that were on the right. In other words, those are a bit closer by. Is it going to rain for long, I wonder? Wolfgang also says that Delta Airlines Flight 161 is going to give it another go. That's good news. The Delta that went back to the gate earlier in the morning after having been parked here for a while. Don't see it in the vicinity yet, but it's in the process of getting pushed back. Here we have KLM flight 927, which is going to go to Edinburgh in Scotland, the Papa Hotel, November X-Ray Foxtrot. An airplane with a propeller that I can hear. Things immediately behind the N205 also start to look a bit more hazy, so the rain is definitely getting really close by. Is it going to be a lengthy shower? Good afternoon, Dirk Carl, Ed, goedemiddag. Next up, Cathay Pacific, the A350 1000 on its way to Hong Kong. Gary, Ali says looks small as far as he can see. The drizzle is beginning. Cathay Pacific, flight 270 to Hong Kong, A350 1000. The one that initially we thought was going to get away from us has come to this runway after all. And Gary's friend is on board. Is your friend seated on the left-hand side next to a window? And is he or she carrying a phone? And has said person by any chance put the light on and put it in front of the camera? In front of the window. Let's see. Front left. Ricardo is going. Thank you for joining, Ricardo. Fijne dag. See you soon. Didn't see anybody shining the light. I think I can already see the back of the shower. Well, there's your friend on the way, Gary. Safe and sound. Insofar as we can still see the airplane. Let's see what is up next. KLM 565, which is going to Nairobi in Kenya in Africa. Stefan Tudor also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all was well. Let me quickly wipe the screen of my phone. Once those droplets start rolling, unwanted things happen on your phone. Phones perceive that as you scrolling. While we're here, also clean the lens of the camera for as long as it'll last. Right, KLM 565 to Nairobi in Kenya on its way. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Kilo Hotel. I think it is time to get the umbrella out after this departure as well. I can already see blue sky behind the shower, but for now we'll have to wait for a few minutes before it's going to come back. The dry weather, that is. Alright, let's have a look. KLM flight 1923 to Zurich is going to be next. Is it already on the runway? Yes, it is. Embraer 175, KLM flight 1921 to Zurich. Let's see, it's a couple of narrow bodies for the time being. Embraer 175, Embraer 190 to Stuttgart after that, 737 to Athens after that. Bit rainy here in the meantime. Oh, flock of geese incoming. Get moving, get away from the runway. Come on, continue. There you go. A380 next to land. Yeah, well, something resembling an A380 is visible over there. Absolutely there is. In the meantime, EasyJet over here. And the geese are continuing. We now also know where the bird control is. There it is. Hey Evan, top of the morning, mate. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Not completely out of the woods yet with the rain, but we have seen the worst of it. Yeah, I think it's gone dry again. Let's see, this is KLM flight 1831 to Stuttgart, Emperor 190. Wipe the camera a little, particularly around where there are knobs. Hey Sander, goedemiddag kerel. I'm also turning off the phone screen to wipe away all the droplets on the phone screen. It should be okay again. And on again. You can also turn back the laptop a little. Here we go. Things still dry in the laptop tent. Transavia, no, KLM flight 1955 to Athens, lined up here. Also got some droplets on my glasses, which I'm also cleaning now. KLM flight 1955 to Athens, up next, 737-800. Robert says I can see 8 more departures. There's plenty more coming this way. The only runway in use now for departures is this runway, the Polderbaan. Runway 36 right, left. And indeed, Sander, this morning, early morning, this runway was used for arrivals. Now it's being used for departures. Hello, Delta, my old friend. Flight 161, I presume. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. It's the one that we saw go back to the gate earlier in the morning. Now having returned to give it another go. Transavia flight 1955 to Athens. And I'm not sure which airplane will leave next after that. KLM flight 1777 to Berlin, the one on Cheater's Lane. Or maybe the 737 now lining up on the threshold. It will be interesting to see if Delta Airlines flight 161 will take off successfully this time around. No, mate, you are still completely not Sander, but you were right in this respect. Yeah. Now, pretty soon, the sun is also going to come out again, as is often the case with showers. After the rain comes sun, and after the sun comes rain again. And it is the Transavia at the threshold that will lead the way. Transavia flight 6337, now on its way to Valencia. Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Kilo. Okie do. Now it's not as complex. Two airplanes are lined up, and only one can leave first. Can you guess which one that is? Duh! It's KLM flight 1777 on the left, the E2 Embraer 195 to Berlin. In the background, KLM flight 611 to Chicago, 787-10 Dreamliner. Nice combo shot with the previous airplane in the background. Next up, KLM flight 611, or is it? Yeah, no. The Dreamliner is pulling up. On its way to Chicago, the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Oscar. Brand new airplane, first flight November 2024. It's going to turn 1 pretty soon. Frank asks about the external antenna. Well, it's that and an upgraded modem, 5G instead of 4G. You tell me, Frank. This is the first time I'm streaming with it. In the beginning of the stream, there were a few instances of buffer, short-lived, very short-lived. Don't think we've had them since, so I'm inclined to say it might be an improvement. Now there's also the debate between going for 5G, 5 gigahertz and 2.4. I'm running 5 right now, but I did get, with speed tests this morning before going live, I did get higher uploads consistently with the 2.4. The download is a lot faster, and particularly compared with no antenna, and the old modem, the download and upload speeds are definitely a bit higher. It's the stability that's the bottleneck. It seems to have been stable since the first few hiccups. So it's hard to say. The proof of the pudding will be when I go to Victor 3 on the south side of this runway, where the coverage for both Odido and KPN is the worst. I think that will be the litmus test to see if it makes for an improvement. Thus far, I'm inclined to say it is. This is Delta Airlines at 161 on its, well, it never came to a first really a real attempt. They already went back before actually attempting to take off. The November 504 Delta November now on its way. Gary says, wait for the next NATO summit to test. I'll be on vacation then, mate. No flipping way. If I want to kill the channel, I might as well just delete it myself, but the NATO summit was absolutely dreadful. I wish it never took place. Should have gone on vacation. What a mistake to be filming that. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Frank. The modem throws out two networks, and I can connect to either of the two. I chose the 5 gigahertz right now, but I did get higher upload speeds with 2.4, so thinking maybe that was maybe that's a good option to try next time. But it does look like the antenna has improved the download speed. I'm not sure about the stability. The speeds are definitely up, both for upload and download. In that sense, it definitely helped. I can only assume that the stability has also improved because of it. It worked exactly the opposite of what I had hoped, Duckman. I was hoping maybe to get a momentum acceleration. But the exact opposite happened. Another E2, pretty soon, a 78710 to Rio de Janeiro. Well, Frank, if the winds are going to be the same as they have been today, and if it's going to be dry, I'm going to go to Victor 3 tomorrow to film the departures from near the roundabout. That's the place that has the worst reception at Schiphol. If it works well over there, I'm pretty sure it will work everywhere. So we'll find out how it fares in actual practice soon enough. See that because I had to scroll laterally that my chat window has frozen again, so let me get around to fixing that in a moment. Oh wait, no, I was wrong. Right now, looking in the direction that the wind is supposedly blowing from, insofar as that's still happening, because it definitely feels a lot calmer over here looking in the reads. Looks blue, pretty blue. There's still Seemingly a lot of horizontality in the scale of chimney smoke, but over here the reeds have calmed. You'll probably hear it as well. This is where the wind is coming from, more or less. Time for a barbecue. Well, hey, 7-4 to Luxembourg on radar. That's good news. That should be coming this way, because until 2 o'clock, if all is well, this is now, right now, the only runway in use for outbound traffic. You're absolutely right, Paul. Stormy weather does bring out a lot of people. Then again, you cannot sustain a channel if you want to do it seriously. You cannot sustain a channel with just the incidental peaks. You need a consistent base. Right now, that's what I'm fearing most, is that that's not going to happen. Just don't think that Schiphol is interesting enough compared with all the action that you can see at other airports internationally, where there are dozens of A380s in each stream, multiple runways that you can view simultaneously, inbound and outbound traffic happening on the same runway simultaneously. Those are all things that Schiphol doesn't have, and that makes Schiphol very uncompetitive, despite the volumes of traffic that go through Schiphol on each during each year. EasyJet to Istanbul, up next, MAX 8 737, and Pegasus behind it, also going to go to Istanbul. In the meantime, the sun has begun to shine over here. Right, so in other words, Jeff, is it worthwhile to continue with this channel then? I don't think it is, actually. Not a month since the channel's inception has gone by that I haven't contemplated stopping with it. A jet underway. Is that Delta at their dedicated parking lot? No, it is moving. For a moment I thought it wasn't moving. For a moment I thought that was going to be the fourth airplane parked over there. Troubleshooting. Pegasus up next. Pegasus A321neo flight 1252, also on its way to Istanbul. After that, KLM Embraer 175 to Poznan, KLM A321neo to Lisbon, KLM 737 to Prague, and then another Delta. That's the one that we saw just now, but it is moving. Delta Airlines flight 137 to Detroit, Michigan, A330neo. Cedric asks about the Surinam. We definitely did film it. It took off earlier this morning from the Polderbaan. Don't know exactly what time it was, but look it up. It definitely was here. Alrighty, KLM flight 1333 to Poznan. Where are the widebodies? Except for the Delta A330 Neo. Is there anything else coming this way? Oh, Austrian AirBaltic. Narrowbodies, narrowbodies, narrowbodies. Ah, the widebodies are also bracing for taxi. And Cargolux is too, of course. Cargolux still destined to come this way. It's on the move already, isn't it? Frank says that the A340 now just passed above 10,000 feet. Cargolux is going to be the second queen of the show. Now, if there's something passing overhead north of me, I might be able to see it because the north and northwest is now mostly blue. Things looking in the direction of Frankfurt, more or less southeast, are not that great yet. Although over here near my zenith, it is also opening up slightly. Best visibility right now in the sky is looking to the north and northwest. This is KLM flight 1583 to Lisbon, fax H. Yeah, craw, craw, craw. I think it's the same crow that has been chatting with me here all the while. Craw, craw, craw. How have you been doing, buddy? Craw, craw, craw. He's constantly looking. Who is that? What does he want? Why does he keep swearing? KLM flight 1355 to Prague. Right, Delta Airlines flight 137 going to Detroit. Oh, wait. That's the proper focus. Right, Delta Airlines flight 137 going to Detroit, Michigan, the November 438 Delta X-ray. Indeed, Frank, sure, already starting to become green. I zoomed in on it a bit earlier, you could see it just now as well. It's growing quickly. grass seeds are kept moist well enough, you have good grass seeds, they can sprout and start developing relatively quickly. Noticed it in my own backyard as well. Dethatched and fertilized and sown a couple weeks ago. Already needs to be mown, which I initially thought I was going to do today perhaps, but with all the moisture, better to wait until the end of the week. Flink side has to go. See you later, mate. Let's see, how many airplanes are we counting? 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's the football team special livery. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Next up, Austrian flight 380. This is the airplane that Wolfgang flew into the Netherlands, or is it a different one? I think it was a different registered one, but I'm not sure. Wolfgang, was this your airplane? It's the Alpha Victor, flying on behalf of Austrian. Now going back to Vienna, 5-year-old airplane. Alpha Bravo Kilo. Right, so AirBaltic has an abundance of A220s that at least 2 of them are being used. By Austrian. Oh, resuscitation. 2 ambulances with their sirens on. Is that the first one? Yeah, it is the first one. 2 ambulances are always needed if a resuscitation is needed. Either that or an accident or something with multiple casualties or something. First thing I always think of when I see 2 ambulances back to back is there's a resuscitation somewhere. Alright, now this is SAS. It's an Embraer 195, not an E2 Embraer 195. Sursum. It's the registration. On its way to Oslo. Right, and local flight radar, ladies and gentlemen. There are wide bodies also crossing the central runway coming this way. The ground finale exodus is about to begin. And the 747 also on its way over. Before the 747 can take off, they first need to make some room for Her Majesty. This is running Athletic Club de Bilbao. The EC Luo. On its way to Palma de Mallorca. Wheeling, welling, dwelling, whatever you want to call it, it's on its way. American Airlines No, wait. That's not American Air. that's AAL. It's German Airways flying on behalf of KLM to Aalborg. I need a drink. Haven't drank not nearly enough vodka. German Airways, KLM, flight 1285 to Aalborg, the Dassie. Next up, German Airways, flight 1801 to Düsseldorf, JD's hometown. Have we seen Jörg today? Don't think we have we? Herpa Derpa Derpa in the background. Herpa Derpa Derpa is going to go to Bremen. So Klaas will be able to see it if he goes to the airport already. Should be arriving there in half an hour or so from now. German Exodus, Düsseldorf, Bremen, also number 190 to Hanover. Wolfgang has to go. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. Maybe see you tomorrow? Question mark. And say hello to the missus for me. Okay, left at 1763. They are not waiting too long. The planes keep coming. They need to. Herpa Derpa Derpa on its way to Bremen. KLM flight 1763. Herpa Derpa Derpa. Oh wow, Andrew Richards, I just received your notification via PayPal. Very generous and substantial donation for assistance with the new tripod. Mate, thank you so much for that. I hope you are watching, Andrew, so that you can hear me say thank you. PayPal just came through. Thank you so much for that. If things are stable and internet is working again, that is definitely the next thing I am looking into. 4K and whatnot is all well and good, but I think the best added value would be a good tripod. That'll not only be sturdier and more firm during windy conditions, but also maybe something that is quicker to set up. This is still very torquey, very susceptible to high winds. Now, high winds we are also going to see when this passes by us in a few moments. Cargo logs. Ah, Lord Andrew. Now we know. Again, thank you so much, Lord Andrew. That is very generous of you. You didn't have to do that, but thank you so much. Second queen of today's show, it is coming. Now, in the meantime, The Embraer Exodus is also taking place still. I've got the feeling that Wi-Fi reception here has improved a little. There are two masts here in the vicinity. One, I think, is atop one of the buildings next to the Hoofdvaart, right next to the center runway. I think this is too far. Yeah, this is P3 already. Didn't even know that we could see P3 from over here, but this is the elevator shaft. If there's somebody streaming from there, you would be able to see them even. There you go. Around the northern end of the center runway, there's a mast. The other is in Vijfhuizen, which is the village right on the other side. I'll show you in a moment. KLM A330 on the way, and a 777-300 next after that. Lutz is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Lutz. Herzlich willkommen. Good afternoon. KLM flight 757 to Panama City is going to be next. The village of Vijfhuizen is over there. There is an intersection over there. If you come from the road over here from the left and you go straight ahead, you'll enter the village of Vijfhuizen. There are some buildings not too far behind those trees where the 5G masts are situated. It's also where the MH17 monument is right next to. I think that's probably the closest by mast and almost open field right between us and that antenna makes for good reception apparently. KLM flight 757 to Panama City. BHBVR Bravo Victor Romeo. Meanwhile, Lord Andrew is also celebrating 6 months of membership. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking, and if not, let me know. You know how to reach me. I want to know if anybody is having suggestions or anything else regarding the Sky Lounge and the channel as a whole. Thank you so much for the ongoing support, Lord Andrew. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. Hopefully in the lounge, but if not, then at least as a regular, frequent visitor. Her Majesty the Queen, she is approaching 1, 2, 3 narrow bodies before the Cargolux Italia 747. Oh, did I? Did I, Hans? Oh, wait. Oh dear, I am. What's surprising is that the reception here last time I was here was so abysmal if we are in direct line of sight with the mast. Is it where of the modem then, I wonder? It probably was. I did see that I had more bars of reception with the antenna than I had with the old modem without. Either way. The antenna, very rugged, has an IP rating. Pointing puck 2, omnidirectional, MIMO modem, 6 dBi of gain, signal gain. Now don't you worry, Lord Andrew, I will keep going with the wildlife updates AMS Live will not be AMS Live without wildlife updates, now would it? Lot says Coast Guard on low flight. Where? I need vectors. Left, right, center, above me, below me, north of me, south of me, going east, going west. I'm looking around and I'm not seeing anything. So I'll need to know where I need to look in order for me to see it, let alone film it. Hey Angelique, hoi hoi. Angelique is tuning in from, is that South Africa? South of the airport. Thank you, Lutz. Don't see anything. Landing on 04 shortly. Well, right now the only thing that I can see coming this way that is about to land shortly is flying. Where did I see it? Over there. As it happens, another 747. Right. EasyJet is going. Cargolux is lining up and Cargolux is landing as well. It's all happening simultaneously here. Hey, is that Retrolux? It's Retrolux! Retro Transavia, which also has a cute boop the snoot snooty. Cargolux flight 2616. Michael wonders about Starlink. Well, not everybody apparently is that enthusiastic about the reception, but it's definitely something worth considering if my current modem upgrade proves not to be adequate. Then again, if a flipping 5G modem with an antenna is insufficient to get reception and bandwidth here, what good is continuing? I'll look into Starlink if the Orange president or his successor ever comes back to the Netherlands. Or maybe if I ever plan on going international. From what I researched, you still need a separate power supply, even for the mobile dish, the mobile antenna. If that's the case, then it does require me to get an additional power supply probably, because I don't think I have any. If it needs a socket, I need a new power supply, because there are two sockets on my power supply, and I'm not sure if I can show you. They're already in use. In the meantime, Mark H, mate, what are you doing? Mark H just went ahead, gifted 5 memberships. You didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Mark if you are one of the recipients of his 5 gifted memberships. And indeed, Hans, there are two over here. One at the center of one up at the north end of the center runway, on the rooftop of a building, a business over there, the Hoofdvaart. I think that is approximately over there. If I recall correctly, on paper that is the closest by antenna, but there's also one over there in Vijfhuizen. If this is the mast, and it certainly looks like it is, it has a direct line of sight. Now, the proof of the pudding will be in the eating when I'm going to Victor 3. That's the place where the reception is worst. Right. Let's see. Quite a few wide bodies are on the move right now. I think the grand finale of our exodus is about to commence. Toronto Southern coming this way. TUI coming this way. KLM 777 to New York coming this way. And a flyby of our Queen that took off from this runway just now. Already pretty high up. I was wondering, what am I hearing? She's up pretty high already. The 747 that we saw take off just now. Have a look at flight radar and you can see how many wide-bodied airplanes are coming this way. Counting 4 back-to-back already and more underway. KLM flight 677 to Calgary is coming. Delta Airlines flight 163 to Minneapolis has been pushed back, is also coming this way. I'm going to wrap up once all those heavies have taken off. Nice grand finale. Hopefully tomorrow the weather will be good enough to do an additional stream. Would have liked to go out on Thursday last week, but the weather wasn't good enough. If all's well, tomorrow should be better. Looking forward to go to Victor 3 to see how stable and good reception and the bandwidth is over there with the new gear. Craw, 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 craw. Russell. Let me get him sharp. There we go. What do you guys think of this new livery? The pointillism inspired tail, German flag instead of what it used to be. I think it's an improvement. I think it looks a bit better. It's a very subtle change in comparison to other livery changes, but it's a bit less ugly. if I am blunt about it. It's not the prettiest livery, but it's less ugly. Yeah, indeed. Better but still meh. I agree, Jan. Have a look. The wide bodies are approaching. Angry looking Chinese leading the pack. Has Delta Airlines flight 163 begun to move already? Now, in the meantime, big picture wise, what does it look like? Things look different from what they did in the morning. Looking in the direction the wind is coming from. Open, beautiful veils, beautiful cirrus clouds. Maybe a contra remnant over there. Low clouds, obviously. Cloud streets, you can see linear formations in the direction of the wind, which is blowing from the northwest. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the northeast. This is looking to the east, where there's more haziness in the sky. Turning further, southeast, south. And once again turning towards the sea and bluer skies, southwest and directly the west. It's getting more busy here as well. You can see more people with stuff. Bart. Now that is illegal, ladies and gentlemen. If Officer Rudolph or one of his mates is coming by, he might actually give a fine. Little boy is waving. Nice. Quite a few people. If you look at the fence behind the guys standing here in the foreground on the cycling path, you can see it is quite busy. It's a Sunday, of course. First of the wide bodies is over there. Chinese A350. What's that in the background? Ryanair. Yes, I already saw you, Bart. We meet again, mate. We meet again. Well, the heavy bodies exodus is about to begin. Starting off with China Southern Airlines flight 308. It's going to go to Guangzhou in China. Bravo 320 Sierra is the registration. 4-year-old airplane, first flight January 2021. Next up will be TUI. Flight 821. Where's it going to go to? Cancun? Cancun, Mexico. Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot Juliet is the registration. There it is. 7878 Dreamliner. 10-year-old airplane, first flight January 2015. In the meantime, slowly but surely, more airplanes are arriving here. Have a look in the background. KLM flight 641 to New York, JFK. After that, a Chinese A330-200 to Chengdu in China. 787-10 Dreamliner from KLM to Calgary next after that in the background. And Ryanair? Or what was that? Hard to make out what it was in passing by. While also trying not to lose the TUI Dreamliner in the foreground. Hey, Stacy is also back in the chat. Happy Sunday to you too, Stacy. Hope all is well. Hope you've had a good day. If you only joined us just now, you probably have missed 2 Queen departures here already. We began earlier this morning with a KLM Cargo 747, and not too long ago we saw the what was it again? Cargolux Italy. Next up, KLM flight 641 to New York JFK, the Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Golf. 7200 21 years old, first flight April 2004. Hey, interesting. Well, yeah, it is 2:01 already, so parallel departures once again in progress. Is the ticker also showing that? I'm wondering. I'm standing right so that I can also see the ticker on my laptop. First the METAR, 12 knots of wind still, not much. Now I have to turn around right as the runway uses it. That growl. You hear a similar growl with the A350. It's a combination of a high pitch and a low growl. It's a combination that you hear much more clearly with the 200s than with the 300s. And the ticker doesn't show the updated runway use just yet. That's okay. Next up, Air China Cargo, flight 3160, going to Chengdu in China. Have a look at the wingspan. Those A330s, it's like gliders. Did anybody happen to look into the question which of the 2 airplane types has the widest wings versus the fuselage length? It's probably an easy question to ask ChatGPT. A330 versus A380. I think A380 probably, but the wings on the A330 are also damn wide. Yeah, I thought that would have been the reason, Duckman. Of course, it has to be. You guys made a perfectly working update of the widget. Rainy but relaxing. Sounds similar to what we have had in the morning here as well, Stacy. Over here it's been showers, short-lived showers. Although, if all is well, the remainder of the day probably is going to pass by mostly dry. Significantly cooler than yesterday though. You probably have already seen me on several occasions. The fingerless gloves are on, and even those are at times a little cool. That means it's time to bring heated gloves and a shitload of batteries with me going forward. Today, officially, autumn has arrived on the northern hemisphere, and so too, spring has arrived on the southern. Ronaldo, goedemiddag. Rens, goedemiddag. Now, let's have a look. Delta Airlines Flight 163 is still coming this way. And China Southern is too. And thank you, Ari, for looking into that. The 777X has the highest wingspan to fuselage length ratio. And how about the A330 versus the A380? I think these two will probably be somewhat close. Now, we had similar weather but different the other way around, Stacy. Yesterday it was warm and have I been streaming in my shorts? I think I have been. No, I still had trousers on, but just a vest. The day before it was so warm that I was streaming in my shorts and t-shirt. And now it has become more calendar conform with the temperatures. Also in the upcoming week it's getting a bit cooler. Although mostly dry. Might even get some frost overnight, here and there, in the upcoming week. I don't mind cold as long as it's dry. That's the most important thing. Ari says the A380 has a substantially longer wingspan. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the wingspan, the ratio of wingspan versus fuselage length. Obviously the A380 has a wider wingspan, but it's also a bit longer. I'm wondering in the proportion which has the widest wings compared to the fuselage length. And in that respect I think both will come close. If you compare that for instance with the Embraers. Have you ever seen an Embraer 190 or a 175 pass immediately overhead? Did you notice how relatively stubby its wings are? Also with the A319s and the A320s. Cheat GPT says the A380 is an airplane. My god, they are getting more intelligent by the day, aren't they? The most ominous looking clouds have already passed and are far away, Stacy. The wind is coming from over there. This is where we need to look to see what's coming this way. For now it looks more open than it has been in the last couple of hours. Definitely a bit more ominous clouds looking land inward, but even there I think it's not going to amount to any rain. Probably. ChatGPT says, good question, Gary says. It always does, doesn't it? Have you guys also started using the voice conversation with ChatGPT? I have. You can also ask it to speak Dutch. It speaks Dutch with an American accent, and if you ask it to speak more with a Dutch accent, it does get a little better, but only a little. Absolutely funny how that works. Britty Hopper Exodus also. Frank says, I asked ChatGPT how infinite space is. It said fuck off. Right. Ari says that the wingspan to fuselage ratio is roughly 10.7 to 1. No, I'm not talking about the fuselage diameter, I'm talking about the fuselage length. So if the wingspan is 100 meters and the length of the fuselage is only 50, That means that the wings are twice as long as the fuselage is long. That is what I'm talking about. That's the ratio I am curious about. In the meantime, Delta Airlines flight 163 over here, taking off to Minneapolis, Minnesota, the November 818 November Whiskey. Right. Gary says A330 ratio is 0.95, longer body than the wingspan, and the A380 ratio is 1.1. In other words, the wingspan is a bit larger than the fuselage length. I wonder how that compares if you compare that, for instance, with the Embraers, Embraer 175 or Embraer 190. I bet you'll see a whole different ratio. Or, for instance, a 747, which also has a longer fuselage in comparison to the wingspan, if you compare it with the A380. I wonder if there is an airplane other than gliders, if there is a commercial airplane now in use for passenger flights that has a higher wingspan to fuselage ratio than the A380 does. 1.10. Is there an airplane type that beats that ratio? Hey Jean-Yves, salut! Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1009 going to London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
And I think that dark airplane that we saw in the background was Royal Air Jordanian. Arriving from Amman, I think. Frank says ChatGPT comes in handy sometimes, but I also think it makes bloody lazy students. That's what they also said when they first introduced the calculator. What I do think is that it becomes harder to see if you made any of the things that if you need to write essays or anything, it'll be hard to verify if you wrote it yourself or if you ask ChatGPT to do it for you. Now, let's see, I am counting 2 widebodies that are underway, and also the Corendon A350 to Willemstad Curaçao has been pushed back. Or is that in the process of being pushed back? There's also something passing behind me. Scooter. That was a scooter. In a moment, China Southern Flight 452 to Shanghai in China is going to appear. You can already see some blue from KLM in the background. You're right, Jan. That's also what I was thinking. Was it you? It could have been you that was actually telling me recently. That told me recently that they were, or was that somebody else? Not sure. Somebody told me that they made the wingspan so wide in anticipation of an never materialized A380-1000. Anyway. Not sure if it was Jan. Could also have been Sander Sakay. Or both. Rob says, my girlfriend next to me asked what makes plane spotting so interesting. She doesn't get it. I've asked ChatGPT. Get another girlfriend was the answer. Wasn't John? Okay, then I think it might have been Sander Sakay actually. I did hear it from somebody that the wingspan is so vast because of the anticipated production of the A380-1000 that never came to be. KLM Flight 791 to Sao Paulo, coming this way. Ari says that the Embraer 190 is 36.2 meters long and 28.7 meters wide. So what ratio is that then? 28 divided by, that's 6/7? No? Yeah, almost. Still, what's that? What's that in, not in fractions, but in, what are they called again? It's been a long time since I talked math. Decimal. What's that in decimals? Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta is also coming this way. And Iceland Air, yeah, well, it just keeps on going. Toronto Southern Cargo over there. Not particularly grumpy looking. It's carrying cargo. Cargo never complains, so guess that's why it looks a bit less grumpy than the passenger airplane type did. If you guys have been enjoying the show thus far, and you haven't done so already, consider adding to the likes now that we still have a moment. Liking and subscribing to the channel helps immensely to get in new viewers who would also be interested in streams like these but who haven't learned of the channel's existence yet. Stefan says if you go on pronouncing China as China, we will soon end up in Japan. Is that so? And you're right, Gary. All those queries in ChatGPT, I don't even want to know how many forests we are burning and how much coal that takes. Also, that standard the new standard that when you use Google and you Google something, that the first answer you get is also AI generated. How much more electricity and whatnot does that consume? I mean, if anybody who Googles anything gets an AI answer now for free, I mean, it's nice in a way, but surely global power consumption must have shot up. Anyway, TAP Air Portugal on its way to Lisbon. Flight 668, A321neo. You'd almost forget why we were here. Hadi Marike, goedemiddag. All of a sudden, there is a bit more horizontality in the scale of chimney smoke. There was more verticality earlier. Now, it's pretty straight and pretty horizontal again. Time for a Chinese triple to Shanghai in China. China Southern Cargo Flight 452, the Bravo 2041. 777 freighter. 777 freighter, 12 years old, first flight June 2013. Another Delta approaching. Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. Hadi Ruud, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan, still in use for departures. That's not expected to change anytime soon. Showers in the morning. Right now, it's looking like it's going to stay dry for a while. This is KLM Flight 791. It's going to go to Sao Paulo. If you are in Sao Paulo, you're not too far away from a country called Ecuador. Then again, if you take the boat and sail to the east, you'll end up in Africa. This is the PHBVD. It's a good thing that Marissa is no longer here, because she would be very disappointed to see what used to be her beloved in the SkyTeam livery back in the standard livery. It's happened a couple of months ago. They repainted it. It was the third in the fleet. The third of 3 airplanes, of which now there are only 2 left. SkyTeam livery. Right now, only an Embraer 190 and 737-900 remain. Okay, now, looking around. I think I'm going to wrap up after the next widebody has departed. Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. That's going to be the last airplane for today. I'm looking to go out again tomorrow. If the wind isn't changing, I am heading out for Victor 3. That's the roundabout on the south side where Cheaters Lane is. Test out the new modem, the new router I should say, with the antenna. Over here today, I'm cautiously calling it a small success. Stable stream except for the beginning, where a few small hiccups were noted, but nothing substantial. Not like how it was with the old modem before, last time I was here. Hopefully, Victor 3 is also going to give good reception, good bandwidth. Today we streamed using the 5 GHz network of my router. I can also opt for 2.4. I think I might do that tomorrow. I'll test first. The download speed, I was about to say it in Dutch, the download speed on 2.4 was lower than on 5, but the upload speed definitely was higher. I'll see what yields the best result. Speed testing beforehand. First, let's see if the weather gods will allow me to go out tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then I'll be back again on Thursday, hopefully. The last airplane of today's show, ladies and gentlemen, Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. The November 824 November Whiskey, A330-300. 10 years old, first flight June 2015. I'm also already going to go ahead and thank everybody for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time here despite all the showers. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you did like what you saw, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you want to help this channel forward. Help us reach a wider audience so that more people will join us in upcoming live streams in the live chat. Massive big thank you for all the support, the likes, the super chats, the super stickers, PayPal donations, the gifted memberships, and those who became a member themselves. I cannot stress enough that members are highly encouraged to use the custom emojis. They're there to have fun with. Make sure you do, guys. Also a massive big thank you to the mods for once again keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. You guys all rock and are what makes this channel. We'll see you again in the next one. For now, I'm going to say goodbye. Take care, stay healthy, and see you all soon. Bye for now, guys.